Oh well, my transitions didn't work. Holy crap, I can't speak. My transitions didn't work because, of course, they didn't. Well, anyway, hello, people of the YouTube and Twitch intro. Switching it up. I'm your host, Sean Tyler, and this is the Saberleaf Network. Joining me for this stream is Mr. Spooky Man himself, Gengar, because we are in the spooky month, and he shall be the only council member for a while, at least for the month, for like 5 streams. I know, insane. Anyway, viewer's choice happens at the start of the month. As always, it's the second episode. Surprised I even kept an episode. We're going to change the name, though. It's now FTS, better known as viewer's choice. FTS, what does that stand for? You can figure that out yourselves. You're smart people, I hope. And to clarify, let's talk about what FTS is. FTS, better known as viewer's choice, is where you can suggest things in my Discord server when I'm not streaming over the Twitch bio somewhere down there, or while I'm streaming in the Twitch chat. So do a little clickety click, throw that whatever you want somewhere in there, do whatever. There is one thing though, I do get a veto, one veto per episode, and the suggestions have to make common sense. They can't be anything too out there, too, like, insane. Can't be like, go to a baseball field and shoot somebody. Like, obviously, I can't do that. So, that's not even going to get considered to be a suggestion. So, don't, like, be like, oh, you didn't do that. That's a veto. You have to do this now. No, it's not even close to a veto because I obviously am not going to prison for this stream, as far as I know. I don't know, you guys might be trying to get me to do some wacky shit that I don't know about. I do have to clarify a rule, though. Viewer's choice things do not carry over for the next viewer's choice / FTS, because for the sole fact that that would get too complicated for my brain to handle, and I'm not trying to stress myself out over this crap, essentially, because that's what this is. This is just content at this point, and content is kind of crap. No updates on the noises I was hearing last stream in Umineko. Yeah, don't know what that was about. I haven't heard anything since that stream, to be honest. So maybe the ghost is not camera shy. Maybe the ghost is non-camera shy. They only show up when camera. I'm going to tell you the suggestions now. But first, I'm going to officially start FTS / viewer's choice, better known as viewer's choice. You know, we got to hit that clap. Got to hit that. So we're going to officially start it because while I'm reading the suggestions, some wacky things might happen. So, without further ado, viewer's choice starts now. What's up? As you can tell, what you just saw, your little friend there, he's not doing this anymore. Now it's on me. Knocked him out, took his job. All I know is he looks into this camera and talks to people, plays games. I don't know what this is. I'm literally a demon from hell. I don't know any of this. Specifically, what is this? What is this creature? I don't know what this is. This is a weird creature that I'm seeing. It's weirding me out. Anyway, the reason why I'm wearing this is because I gotta finish forming his face. That's right, I moved him. He's not down here anymore. I moved him. Took him over there, somewhere, out in that hallway. Hid him from view. So hold on. I gotta remove the face. I gotta remove my own face, because that's how I took his face. Voice will not change, however. Yeah, replicating voice, you just assume I'm sick. I'm giving you eyes into how demons work. You're stuck with me for a whole month, by the way. So the face is ready. I gotta take off the face. Or at least my face, you know. Shit. Hurts every time. And I can't see. Why? Why? Good thing I took his glasses from him. So I can actually see what the hell is going on. Oh, that's better. What do you mean what the... I don't know who you are. I always hate taking off a face. It hurts. Every time. Well, you're stuck with me, Mr. Demon Man. You don't get to know my name. Is this disrespectful? What is this? Nobody's answering my question. What is this thing? It's not moving. Is it supposed to be alive? It's not moving. I don't like it. It doesn't do anything when I poke it. It doesn't get to exist. I'm gonna put something there that matters. That's my friend. His name's Jim. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta mess with the throat. Maybe that'll fix the voice. Okay, yep, that fixed it. Hello, I'm Mr. Demon Man that exists. I took his face, his voice, and I'm taking his channel for the month. But since I removed the face, I gotta add something else. I know this doesn't fit, but it fits now. So what is this? What am I doing here? What's going on? I literally just got here. What is this? Water? It's disgusting. You can't drink that. Who has water? Also, why did he have these here? Just had goggles on the ground. I guess that was his bit. Does he do bits? What does he do here? I don't know. Let's look at the title. I literally just took over. What's the title here? God, what is this? Now you're talking about Twitch, but what is this? Okay, that's a weird Twitch recommended page for this guy. FTS, better known as Viewer's Choice. Is that what he was explaining? Alright, Viewer's Choice, I guess. I don't know. I'm assuming that's what this YouTube link is for. Don't know what YouTube is, but alright, I'll give it a shot. The executives have left me little messages in this notebook here, so I at least know what to do with these bad boys. They turned on. This is my face, by the way. My actual face. So I'm gonna be honest, real quick. It's behind the scenes. Take this off. Or I'll leave it on for Spooky Month. I'll be honest. This was supposed to be a better bit, but then it turned out I couldn't wear this with my glasses on. So I couldn't really do a better bit than what you just saw. So that's just done. I put the... If I move the head, maybe if I move a wing up. There you go. Put the glasses on there. So a little behind the scenes. That was supposed to be a better bit. But it wasn't a good bit. It was a terrible bit. So I've already technically explained viewer's choice. Or is this a bit? Am I really a demon? You won't know. That was the worst thing I think I ever did for a bit on this channel. I'm taking this off. If I even can. My hood is getting in the way. And so are the headphones. Fantastic. Fantastic start. So I'm going to have to come up with something different for specific lore. I should hang this somewhere. In shot. There. Spooks. I might as well get this one out of the way. Alas, poor York. I knew him well. Horatio. Yeah, I bought a skull for that. There's Spooky Month. I guess. God. Whew. Alright, now that we've got stupid bits out of the way, let me just... What the fuck? Okay. So, that's fun. I gotta, like, legit just copy the link. I can't click on it because it gives me ads. Here, let me go to live. Let me... Bam! Not multiplayer. What the fuck? Wow, the stream going off without a hitch. Alright. This was supposed to be something entirely different, but it wasn't. So, fixing the skull to face the camera a little bit more. Alright. So, viewer's choice is going to start, or FTS, as far as I know. Based off of what your man down here was describing. Let me go to the live scene. Camera. Hello. Window capture. Hold on just a second. It's the exact reason why I don't have the thing loaded up. Window capture. Bam! Yeah, we'll just... Hold on, what if I hold shift? There we go. Alright. Filled it in. Let's go. So, this got recommended. Germa curses viewers and has no remorses. But before I watch that, I gotta take care of something real quick. I gotta make sure that's all good. That is not good. All right, we're set. Bam. So it's our favorite streamer, Germa. I guess. Bragging Andy. Now, this is the only suggestion that we have. So after I passed out and fell on the floor, and Demon Man appeared with his stupid mask, maybe. Yeah, I'm like Jim Carrey. I get. You know, I don't want to be like Jim Carrey, actually. It's nothing against Jim Carrey. I just don't want to be like him. All right, I'm gonna set these down so I can get all the talking I want out of the way. Gonna make sure my glasses are good. Okay. I'm gonna say this now. That bit was supposed to be better than what it was, but when I found out that the mask I was gonna wear did not fit with my glasses, I couldn't come up with anything better than that. So there's your Halloween bit for now. I'm still gonna have to figure something out instead for something else. God, it didn't help because that mask digs into your face. Actually. That skull's glow in the dark, by the way. Alright, let's just watch this video. Let's actually just watch this video. Bass boosted, of course. Wait, is the desktop audio... Okay. It is. I'm turning this up all the way. Bam.
Every time you talk, I grow more warts on my body. Sounds like a problem that, I don't know, what are you doing? Go to the doctor.
Here comes the heat.
That's got nothing to do with me. Stop giving that guy warts. So is it syllables? Is it my human voice with syllables?
I remember this clip. I've seen it. I've seen this clip before, and it's good. It's good. Is autoplay on? Autoplay was on. Alright. Okay, there's nothing weird on my, except this one down here. I guess you'll just stare at it. That was the only suggestion for this one. So... I guess that's viewer's choice. I could just... Hold on, there's... Ozzy posted a new video. If you don't mind me, desktop audio will get muted multiple times because I'm opening a new Google Chrome window. So I can paste the video in, see what it is. Oh, first of all, I don't want YouTube to... Alright, this seems safe. This does not seem like I'm going to lose my fucking mind playing this. Don't look at what I searched up. This is You Should Play Ultra Kill by Leon Massey. So I'm gonna watch this and I guess learn how to play. Why is the fucking quality? Put that up to 1440p, my guy. There we go. So I guess we're gonna learn why I should play Ultra Kill, which I believe is on my Steam wishlist. Or is this you telling me to play Ultra? You know what? I'm gonna assume it's the video. Unmute audio. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck. See, this is why I'm not a good streamer. Unmuted. There we go.
Thanks for 100k, by the way. You ever play a game
Oh, no.
so good you just can't stop yourself from
This game I'll play. I'll play that game. Not this game. I'll play Hatsune Miku. Oh, that's To the Moon is actually a fantastic game. I'm turning on closed captions. To the Moon is actually a great game.
That did that to me today, which is of course Titanfall 2.
Hatsune Miku, yes.
Anohana to get trumped in the bittersweet tears department by a robot giving me a thumbs up, but I'm not ashamed to admit that that's the case. Anyway, servers only work like 30% of the time and it's published by EA. Get on sale. Moving on. To me, the single-player FPS has always been a bit hit or miss. Alright, you get what I'm going for here. I grew up at a time when multiplayer FPS was starting to really take off on home consoles.
I don't really care. I don't really care about multiplayer.
Approach to storytelling that ultimately left me landing on someone else's years of hard work with a feeling of it's fine. I didn't exactly gel with games focused around
Modern Warfare, good game.
and I got a lot more
Good
out
game.
of the titles released a little before my time that focused on their core gameplay. But even with those, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't all that engaged. Doom, Quake, and anything made in this engine are games that trend towards my side of the preferential fence, but I'm not enamored with them. That's probably why when the Boomer Shooter started to gain some traction, there were a lot of games that got added to my wish list, but they're gonna stay there until the Earth cooks over, which at the current rate,
Maybe for me too. Maybe for me too. Gloomwood is in my wish list as well.
Irrespective of mainstream appeal, is a big thumbs up in my book. But as someone who wasn't raised on many of the titles that they take inspiration from, I'm likely going to pass up on most of them. That's probably why when I got finished with Dusk, along with the new Dooms, and felt fat with the feeling of getting my Boomer Shooter fill, I passed up on Ultra Kill in service of whatever the fuck's going on here. Little did I know that I'd let my misconceptions of what exactly this game is put me off of what might end up becoming the single greatest first-person shooter of all time. And I say that with
Really?
little hyperbole. Even better than Doom Eternal, I hear you say in a tone that implies your social skills.
Hold on. Let me hear that one more time.
I'd let my misconceptions of what exactly this game is put me off of what might end up becoming the single greatest first-person shooter of all time. And
That's going to be very hard to beat for one game on my list. For one game, that's going to be very hard to beat. Because I have fondness with this game. This game was a part of my childhood, and that was Call of Duty World at War, which I know is a very weird game to claim is the best first-person shooter of all time. But when it's nostalgia carrying it, gotta give me some credit there.
I say that with very little hyperbole. Even better than Doom Eternal, I
Never
hear
played
you
any of the
say
new
in a tone
Dooms.
that implies your social skills are still as threadbare as the day you stumbled out of the womb. I mean, all I did was ask a question. Yes! By a landslide! Doom Eternal is all style and a decent amount of substance, like an overly expensive restaurant. But Ultra Kill is all style, all substance. Then once the meal's done, it comes out of the kitchen to kiss you on the forehead and offers you a handy under the table. But it won't be offended if you reject it. Not enough of you have had that experience.
I think I'm going in for the
Turning
handy.
down any handy is an insult to the chef in my books. So instead of doing what YouTube wants me to do by begging at your feet for bells like it's some kind of Tory-occupied Animal Crossing, how about I grovel until you play a game that I like? That way I can stop trying to subliminally advertise it to you and I can get you to do what I want a lot faster. Speaking of, here's a bar graph.
It's probably not gonna work.
Keep in mind, this is still
I'm increasing that bar graph.
half recommendation, half analysis of the video at risk of becoming a fragrant lie in a couple of months' time. But with development so particular, whilst also having every new patch push my firstborn further and further away from the happiest day of my life, I've got confidence in saying that it's only going to get better from here. I mean, it's not like there's ever been a game where a whole third of it is completely unenjoyable, frustrating,
This
entirely incohesive with
video is essentially showing me that I need more skill than what I have to enjoy Ultra Kill.
stylish, but ultimately simple FPS. Parrying and archetypal, and the enemies are straightforward. But there's a charm to the presentation. You feel like you're moving a million miles an hour without coming across as unwieldy. Every shot fired and hit taken has a real force to it, all laid against a soundtrack that sounds very much unlike anything you'd expect, but still has an infectious kick to it that matches the game's ferocious pace. In the first hour especially, this presentation was the delicious icing bow on a cake that I wasn't all that interested in. However, as time went on, this audio and visual treat...
I think I've seen Jerma play this for like 5 clips, and him just in the same section the whole time, just talking about stupid shit, because that's what Jerma does.
Once you get past the first major boss, and maybe before that if you're not a fucking idiot, you'll realize that your first glance was ignorant. It's still speedy, and it's still stylized, but there's a mountain of new ideas here that makes the title ooze, with charisma and depth that will have you struggling to pull yourself away. That might seem like a bit of a reach. It's PSX-inspired visuals in a first-person shooter, the point-and-click adventure with extra steps that all the racists, Russians, and racist Russians flock to. If you want to be a cynic, then maybe it would be more accurate to call them twists on a formula. Maybe the ideas aren't new. But Ultra Kill is still pushing the bounds on what you can do inside of that point-and-click. Take, for example, the Marksman, more specifically, the coin that it spawns. Initially, this coin seems like a fun gimmick, and it is. It feels great to sling the coin towards an enemy and rebound your shot to them, especially when it creates an unexpected string of chaos. However, there's two extra elements that makes this satisfying and versatile 100 hours deep.
I think that answered one of my questions.
Momentum. One element adds an extra layer of challenge.
It did not answer my question.
So that you can get 2 ricochets instead of 1, and the other makes every coin seem a little unique while also being consistent enough to not be unpredictable.
Okay, yeah, it didn't answer my question. It's actually the opposite of what I want the answer to be, which was, does it automatically shoot the coin? Because I can tell you right now, I am never hitting that coin.
When's best to bite the trigger, and you start to change how you use the coins as a result. You stop throwing them out with as much haste and start to pay more attention to your throw. That's probably when you'll start to notice how momentum works into the coin, and gradually this object that felt like a fun gimmick starts to feel powerful in a way that it wasn't before. Even though you're not really sure what's changed, it stops being this gamey resource.
I can't tell what's even happening in this game.
It becomes an object of the world, which makes just the act of right-clicking to make an object spawn this elaborate on-the-fly execution of speed, angles, and distance. Eventually, you're bending bullets round corners and taking out 2 guys at once with a well-positioned coin and expertly timed shot. And that unexpected chaos from before becomes consistent and far more satisfying than when it was seemingly random circumstance. What starts out as feeling strong through the game's presentation transforms into being strong through your ability to perform a task. And that feels fucking awesome. You can
it's like how good games should be. Good games should be, hey, I don't know. I don't know what my thought was.
But with that, you're being asked if you can just do a task. There's a somewhat low ceiling on how satisfying that can be because the task just isn't that complex. That's why at the start of a game or play session, you notice every well-aimed shot, but not even a couple of minutes deep, that becomes just another portion of interactive white noise. Ultra Kill, on the other hand, isn't just rewarding if you can do the task, but also how you do it. After Sing's and perfectly positioned coins become standardized and you stop feeling that reward, you're at the point where you're unwrapping the layers of application. It becomes this new kind of reward, all resulting in a weapon that had me ignore everything else on my first playthrough, right up until me. Oh fuck, that's a spoiler. Don't worry, you'll get it when you're older. The real power of this...
When I'm older, okay, that means we gotta wait another year?
Ultra Kill from just being a reactive game. If you want to engage with this game very passively and treat it like an exceptionally fast Quake or Dusk, then you can. But one of the strengths that separates this game from its contemporaries is how many chains of active decisions there are in any combat scenario. And this isn't just limited to the coin. Every weapon has a chain of choices that elaborates your relationship with your weapons, the enemies, and the space around you. If we were to just look at the coin to not overcomplicate things, you can see this kind of spread of choices in any given situation. We can throw a coin right in front of us and just try and thin the crowd. Take really easy direct shots over the ones that are hard to miss, using the coin to hit the street sweeper's weak spot and then get everything out instantly. Using the coin to hit the core eject, Wait, hold on a minute. Core eject? That's in a different weapon. Let me just peel this back a little bit. Oh, how could I have forgotten?
Oh!
Something that I've been intentionally dancing around is the fact that there is
Weapon
a well
combos.
of choices to make in this game.
Okay.
As much as I want to talk about the specifics of that well, I also don't want to ruin any more of what there is to mechanically explore inside of it. I'm here to convince you to play Ultra Kill, and I'll watch a video about it. What I want to get at is that the Marksman, while definitely the most expansive weapon at the moment,
Well, you haven't gotten me yet.
of incredible interweaving between systems. A horrible crime, I'm sure you'd agree, that's being committed all over the game. When we isolate just one weapon or mechanic, there's a larger list of potential, but not required, choices than most games, which is already pretty engaging by itself. However, when we stop focusing on just one element of gameplay and zoom out to see how it connects to the rest of the player's arsenal, we can start to see all of the different elements that it feeds into. That doesn't create chains, but webs of choices. And I just want to point out quickly, the value of that isn't that you have a lot of choices to make. Not to punch down at...
There's not much to say when I'm very confused as to what the fuck is going on in Ultra Kill.
Technically had a lot of choices. There were loads of different tools to choose from for any particular job. Thing is, out of those 20-something tools, many of them filled the same role. The M4s and the AKs, or whatever they were called in COD 4, they were technically different, but they were functionally indistinguishable. Outside of their effective range, they didn't really alter how you approached the enemy, and regardless of what you were holding, the things that you could do with the tool were one-dimensional. You shoot the man. That's not to say that any of these games were bad, but it meant that if the game wanted to keep your attention...
I'm gonna be honest, my guy.
...through the environment. In set pieces, the game doesn't play itself.
It's a fucking military shooter. They're not gonna have a Halo weapon just sitting around. This game is very loose with what it is. So you kind of can't compare the two with plot and guns. You just compare them with the fact that they're first-person shooter.
Responsibility, and Ultra Kill becomes extremely player-driven, where you dictate the pace of almost every scenario. And while that's not necessarily unique, Ultra Kill is uniquely good at it. You know, it really frustrates me that one of the most viewed videos about this game is called Doom Eternal on a budget, because not only does that imply that this game is like Doom, which, to TLDR it, it's not.
Should I? I'm not. Alright, he said TLDR. Not gonna read it.
More accurate to call it the game Bulletstorm should have been, or like Vanquish, if it was actually good. Both of these
I don't think I've ever heard of the game Vanquish in my life.
And mechanically, they succeed. Bulletstorm especially has these unique weapons that all function completely differently from one another that makes completing its encyclopedia of challenges intensely gratifying. And Vanquish has speed and flair with hints of the chaining that
See, you can compare Vanquish and Ultra Kill because they got weird weapons.
They managed to handicap themselves.
In my mind, Call of Duty and Ultra Kill can't be compared because Call of Duty is more, oh, I'm real life military man.
Start-stop pace that doesn't complement the rest of the mechanics or environment that are begging to be blitzed through. It was also cursed to have fucking Gears syndrome. I don't care, let me go to the next bit. Vanquish has environments that are uninspired straight lines, supplemented by a resource system that limits the player's creativity, turning most fights into one-dimensional spray sessions propped up by slow motion. Also, more Gears syndrome. Although this one kind of knows it.
More like getting good at looking like an asshole.
The problem with these games, and what I think a lot of player-driven FPS games struggle with, is that they don't develop the structure to support the gameplay that they've created. Ultra Kill could have walked into the same trap, yet it never makes the fumble many games before it has. Even though the cybergrind, the endless wave mode of this game, shows that even a box with random enemies can be fantastic, the campaign is constantly pulling apart the random Lego bricks that Ultra Kill is built on, reforming them to make new and exciting scenarios. Maybe not the kind of excitement brought about by a big robot dinosaur, that's actually a bit shit, more subtle changes to things along the lines of area layouts and enemy placement. The stuff that won't grab your attention, but ends up being the secret to what makes a level fun. You ever find it weird how in like a lot of FPS games, you always walk into the threat, but the threat's also coming at you from the exact opposite direction? It means you're always going to approach the enemies from the same angle every time as you get funneled towards an exit. It creates this kind of predictable flow to a room. This isn't inherently a problem, but it does start to become an issue when it's a constant in your level design. It becomes especially troublesome in games which do give players the opportunity to handle non-linear situations, but then never create that scenario. Ultra Kill, on the other hand, doesn't really have a rule on how a room will flow. In the first stage, you have a more conventional approach on how it spawns in enemies, just to get you familiar with the ropes, but pretty quickly the game starts to focus more on ambushes, throwing you in the center of a scenario, but forces you to make some kind of decision instantly. What's great about this is that you can still...
I'm terrible at making decisions instantly. That's actually one of my flaws.
You can't be prepared in the same way.
I'm very indecisive.
Taking the space around you with a murkier picture of what enemies are where, which makes you have to think on your feet more. When you're thrown into a corridor of enemies and still given time to figure out the situation, the game's asking you, what's the right thing to do? It wants you to find its solution. When you're plopped in the center of a collection of enemies with your pants down, you're being asked, what are you going to do? There might still be an intended answer, but you don't have time to find it. So what you end up with is a solution that's your own. Maybe it's messy, or maybe it's clean, but whatever it is, it's yours. And each small victory feels more gratifying as a result. It doesn't just get rid of conventional room flow, though. It's not always an ambush. There's a part where you can see the entire area, but all the spawns are staggered. Every once in a while, enemies are positioned to create a sense of misdirection. Occasionally, you'll walk all the way to the end of a room, and then everyone pops out from behind you. It just knows how to keep...
That sounds like bullshit.
...in fresh ways. And sometimes it's not even a room. There's so much experimentation in the levels that I really don't want to spoil. But, like, verticality. When was the last time you looked up? Tell me. Fuck you. Take a whole tower. I get that a lot of this might seem plain.
When was the last time I looked up? Just now. Simple.
Who cares about arena design? But it's the combination of
that is an actual checkmate.
This that makes Ultra Kill feel like a classic you've never heard of before. It's refined like a game in 2022 should be, but it throws caution to the wind like it's 1995. I'd imagine this game takes a little inspiration from older FPS games with its Devil May Quake tagline, yet it really seems like it just doesn't care for what's ever been considered the right or wrong way to build an FPS. Ultra Kill's doing the things it's doing because it's cool. Who gives a shit if it's not what you're supposed to do? I can parry my own shotgun to make it explode and you're gonna fucking love it. And I do! Is it the best FPS ever made?
Parry your own shotgun so it
It's
explodes?
not wise to set the bar if your expectations so high, and I don't think it's fair to put all that pressure on a dev team that hasn't even finished the thing yet. But if you were to...
So it's not even done?
...to my head and demand an answer, I would have already stopped you by talking your ear off about...
Well, this was posted like a month ago. Like
almost
almost a month ago. Literally a month ago.
Ending, let alone turn a game that you can finish in just about 2 hours into 125. I don't know if I've sold it to you, and in the interest of not spoiling what there is to offer, I've had to bite my tongue on so many of the things that I love. But if I can get this excited over a game that I didn't even really want to play that much, I do think that's the grounds to say that there's something special here. There's a demo on Steam. I'm pretty sure at this point it's really mechanically out of date, but I want you to at least consider giving it a shot. This game probably won't be for everyone, but I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you weren't to at least try it. I love this game, and for as much as this video probably hasn't explained why, I think you will too.
It's laughing at me. It's only 2/3 done. Is that your brother that's laughing at me? Come here, you. He's laughing at me. Watch. I don't know what the fuck this thumbnail is. Clown behavior by Critical. It just looks very weird. Alas, poor York. I knew him well. Horatio. So. Just gonna minimize that again. Hold on. I need a burp. Never mind, I didn't need to burp. Check my phone real quick. But I feel like I was about to say something. Anyway, I don't know. It's spooky month, so I'm just gonna load this up. We'll just fuck around with this. I'll keep that tab open. In fact, I'll at least get rid of that one. If it even loads up. There, it's going. It's going. It's going. What? It's going. There's no way I have to. There we go. All right. Is there actual audio on? Like, hold on. Let me. No, that's all right. I'm waiting until it gets through some of the stuff. You know what, fuck it. So I have this here. I have this here. It's spooky month, so I decide screw it. Might as well play this game. Inspired by Hideo Kojima's PT. By the way, there's actually just no audio, so that's just what it sounds like. Well, since we're playing a game, I'm gonna turn off the camera. Dread X Collection, the original one. Because it's spooky month. Spooky month equals scary games. Only the madness remains. Why am I not? Oh, fuck that. Hold on. Hold on. Please tell me. Oh, you're a bitch. Twitch, you're a piece of shit, huh? Well, I gotta relog into Twitch to change the fucking category. So if you shall excuse me, I gotta relog into Twitch. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna turn on my transitions again. Because I turned them off for that dumb bit. Which, editor's note, do not include that bit. It was way worse than what I thought it was going to be. So we have Dread X Collection. Oh, wait, hold on.
So, one of the more intolerable habits of a first year
Okay,
epic
they're
student
speaking.
is
They're
their
speaking.
seemingly unquenchable passion to constantly debate tired and ultimately pointless dilemmas, none of which is more tired and pointless than the trolley problem. Do you stand by and let the trolley kill 5 people, or do you flip a switch and direct the trolley to hit only one? It generally devolves into a protracted debate on the utilitarian valuing of various peoples that would be okay to sacrifice over others. That is, after the
I don't know what's going on.
have since declared their
This is what happens when there's no
gulps of their own self-satisfaction.
viewer's choice suggestions.
Unfortunately, they
I just do whatever.
see the fundamental absurdity of the entire
If I'm doing whatever.
I mean, the choice of the many versus a few doesn't happen in a vacuum. A triage doctor doesn't choose to save the healthier patients just the once. They do so every time such an
Okay, good. I could shut him up. There's the poster. Discover what happens in an ultra-secure facility as you get ready for work and wander the dark halls of your office. Okay, well, first of all, it depends. Now, what should I do? Spooky games for the entire month, or I continue playing a different game? That's the issue here. This is what happens when I have no idea what the fuck I'm actually playing. So, what if? Because the thing is, hold on, let me get rid of something. You're gonna see that again. I'm removing it. That was a pre-recorded bit if you couldn't tell. First of all, the transition's supposed to stay on. That was a pre-recorded bit if you couldn't tell, obviously. God, that bit did not work. That's gonna be the theme of this. Hold on. Might as well have background audio. If I'm not gonna have the camera on, I feel like I bought some of this shit for no reason. Definitely the necklace. I'm gonna get rid of that necklace, actually. I should have kept the receipt and returned it. Skull, though, again, is glow in the dark. Fucking fantastic stream. Just know this video is going to be all about me not knowing what to stream. I'm not even going to put a be right back. You're just going to listen to me putting shit around. Editor's note, leave everything in because this video is just going to be fucking chaotic. This is essentially just showing you I don't know what I'm doing as a streamer. Where the fuck do I put this? That's actually a pretty damn good spot. This I'm just gonna have to put there. Bird was already down here. The bird was already down here, so I don't have to do much with him. You know what? Maybe I just wear the goggles instead the whole time, and that'll be the Halloween thing. You know what? Actually, the Halloween thing is gonna be the bird. the bird will just be the Halloween thing. So, while I'm sitting here, I might as well randomize something. Because screw it. Choice has been made. But I don't know. Okay, this is why I use the list, because I don't know what number I assigned what. Alright, list randomizer, we're going to throw that on there. And this. Any suggestions are welcome, as always. Okay, randomized the list between Black Mesa and Dread X Collection, and I got Dread X Collection, but I feel like this can be a thing on its own later on. So, I feel like I should at least try and complete games first. Sounds fair enough to me. We just try and finish specific games first. It's not even showing on the game capture. Which is good because I'm hiding the game capture. Hold on, we're muting that. Alright. Do I even... What the fuck? I don't even really want to play Black Mesa anyway. No, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We're done. Don't save. I didn't even do anything. Alright, I actually just don't know what to do. So, I guess we're back on full cam. We keep the bird. I mean, I could just sit here for 6 hours, just saying random shit, doing random shit. That's always an option. I could. How about this? How about this? I'm making an official announcement after this travesty in the beginning. FTS, better known as Viewer's Choice, is going to be put in kibosh territory. Fuck. Hold on. It's gonna be put on the very back burner until we get more people watching the streams, until we start getting more suggestions rolling in every stream. So, that means FTS is no longer happening anymore, which means for the first hour, we just did random shit, and I guess you'll get to hear me talk. Well, if I unmuted the desktop audio, so you get to hear me talk. Video producer, stream manager, edit stream info. Change that. Oh, because I put 2 Y's. We put that instead. We changed the title, FTS we change it to, I tried to do a FTS, better known as Viewer's Choice stream, ... But now it's Umineko. There you go. There's the new title. A very long fucking title. Excellent bitrate, by the way. So, to be honest, Ozzy's perfectly right in the salvaging the stream. Where am I recording this in? I may have to end the record. It doesn't matter if I end the recording, does it? It doesn't. I'm gonna end the recording real quick. I guess Umineko just goes in there as well. So, all right, Umineko's just going in there. I'm getting rid of that. It's just gonna be in a different spot than usual. Let me close the. Come on, thank you. Let me close that. I don't. Tried to keep my Chrome tab open. You can hear it. Surprise Umineko stream. Didn't think I was doing this one tonight, boys. I gotta go grab the notebook. You can see why I wouldn't be able to do Ultra Kill, because I am very indecisive. FTS is canceled for now. It is an idea that'll be on the back burner. It's not like that Raven Mask bit that I did. That's just completely and totally destroyed. But FTS is going to be if I ever get more viewers on this. And if I ever decide to stream on a different night to get more viewers. And let me tell you right now, this shit, everything, the hour that we had before I started Umineko may or may not go in the video. It might, just so then people know the indecisiveness. Or it might not. I don't know. But Umineko, let me open the book. Don't you do it. Alright, that's it. I'm about to beat up the opening to Umineko. Draw another line. Put in R. Set that down. Start. Load. I get blinded by the light. Now I'm gonna actually use this button. Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out the two questions. Didn't think I would find them out until November, actually, because I was planning on doing DreadX collection, the DreadX collections this whole month. But that was before I found out that the Raven Mask didn't fit, because of course I put that off until the day before, so I couldn't do anything instead. So you know what? Fuck it. We're just not going to deviate from our usual schedule. The only thing that gets new is maybe a Halloween video on the YouTube channel. But other than that, I guess we're just going to continue Umineko until I get burnt out again, which is always fun. It's the shit that gets the views on the channel, so might as well. Whole hour before this was just bullshit. Okay, I thought my phone said it was Saturday for a second. Now, if you shall excuse me, I'm going to actually grab... Do I want to grab anything? I have everything I need. I'm pretty sure. I'll leave you looking at Rosa for a second while I go, like, prepare myself. So I'm actually going to mute my mic. I'm going to prepare myself for, like, 5 seconds. Alright, I'm prepared. And you know what I say about the hour that was streamed before this? Fuck it. It's just going in the start of this video. It's stream highlights. It's not specifically Umineko unless it's the main thing of the game or main thing of the stream, which it is. So I guess it's Umineko video with the bits in the front. But it's not going to be too much. I guess. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, yes. Ava became Beatrice. I guess. By the way, Stream Elements isn't doing the thing anymore that it was doing. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. I'm turning that down. Sleep. Well, I mean, there's something else, but that requires going into a different room. This game is haunted. My Stream Elements is doing the thing again. As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Ava and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room. It's doing the thing again. This game is haunted by Beatrice, and she's trying to ruin my recordings. Hit him with the work. I'll be honest, I don't know. I know, like, actually, she is just messing with me completely. No, but that, what, wait, huh? I was on something last stream. I'm not on something this stream. We're gonna see if I can fix that. And by that, I don't mean I was on drugs. I mean I was on a different level of crazy. I swear to God, the Stream Elements is freaking me out. By the way, Amaranth wasn't streaming. I know we all care about that. Hideyoshi put his hand up against Ava's forehead. It seemed that Ava wasn't feeling her best. No, this is when he kills you all. Ajnan is now in control. I literally just finished editing the video yesterday. I remember all the bits I did. This is why it's the best time for me to do this again. Time to put on your thinking cap, form some theories in this stream. I gave up on forming theories last time, so we're gonna see how well my thinking cap is this time. How about this? Instead, I'll put on my thinking goggles. Fuck, they don't stay on. I don't have anything else. Here, take this fucking thing. Put this back on your face. Somehow, I got the thing to be better on the bird. You can't really see it well enough anymore, but I don't need the wings to prop it up. For the people who didn't skip past the first, 2 minutes of this video? Let's just...
姉さん、さっきから変よ。もう少し休んだら？そうね。3月までの金策を考えたら、頭痛がひどくなってきちゃったわ。それは良くないわね。
Man.
休んでて。姉さんの
Ava,
頭痛がひどくならない。
you need to be a little bit more subtle on that.
実調してるわ。私だって頭痛、さっきから辛いし。
Rosa isn't mentioning it at all, but Ava's just like, oh, I need more money.
もう少し休ませてもらうわね。
どうしたんや、エヴァ。
Kraus, start getting suspicious.
すまんな。わしらもうちょい休ませてもらうわ。
Some Rosa betrays Ava. Rosa tells somebody. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Ava out of the lobby. I swear to God, I'm going to tell you right now, if I see that symbol that is sowing discord between people because of Rosa and Ava, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm telling you right now. I lost my mind the first time I saw it. The second time I saw it, if I see it again, I'm literally gonna go ballistic. And I'm trying not to swear, I'm trying to be family friendly here. Because, like what Don Salieri said in my Mafia playthrough, if you have to say fuck this and fuck that, you're not making good conversation. And I fully believe that. So it's going to be hard for me to kick that to the curb, but I'm going to try. Because you got to be a YouTuber. And not really a Twitch streamer, but also a YouTuber. Because Twitch might be gone.
どうにもギスギスしている。
無理もない。早朝に殺人事件。それからずっとここで銃を抱きなが
Didn't
ら
I say tangents a lot at one point?
ストレスが溜まって当然。
If not, tangents.
上の子たちもだいぶストレスが溜まってるんじゃないかしら。マリアが心配だわ。こういう時は
Now they're just up there watching hentai, which was a phrase that my mind decided to come up with as soon as they said they're building up stress. By the way, there is one clip in my Umineko video that really had some Germa energy, and it was, I was about to say that sounded like fun. The fuck is wrong with me? That had some energy to it. At that moment, they heard the sound of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. The guest house wasn't a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And an instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of her running out into the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling ooh, ooh, ooh over and over again, sounding displeased. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying, and she voicelessly moaned in anguish. Lamau, that was a good one. Oh, ooh. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. The noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria who was sobbing along with the other children and Nanjo. Badler included. In other words, they had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at this new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. So she walked up, goozled the child, and chokeslammed her through 3 flaming tables.
私たちもなだめたんだけど、どうしても聞いてくれなくて。
I can guess what it is. Beatrice isn't the witch anymore! I still don't know what that one battle scene was about. I don't remember anything from the previous episodes other than the one I just filmed.
みんな見てるわよ。
Once I figure it out, I'm gonna be like,
例のバラ庭園のマリア
are you serious?
あれが急に心配だと言い出して寝ぼけたみたいなんです。急に
Oh, the rose?
バラが心配だバラが心配だって言い出してマリアちゃん落ち着いてそれは夢なんだよ。
Wait, didn't she? What? The rose that she just decided to tie a string around randomly. Slap this child.
だから少し静かにしなさいって言ってるでしょ。
The sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice surprised the children, but Maria's crying just grew louder and her tantrum just grew fiercer.
ローザさん
Hey, look, do you want this child to shut up or not? I can shut her up real fast.
子供を
I might go to hell for it, but I'm willing to take that
こういう
risk.
時は温かい牛乳などを与えると良いものです。ここにあるかもね。
What is she, a 3-year-old? Is she a baby?
空っぽです。
誰か子供用の鎮静剤とか持ってるか？ほら。
I mean, I do have horse tranquilizer, but that's for personal use?
ああ、今探して飲ませるから。
Without holding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and fished around for some medicine. Dude, they're gonna give her some, like... They're gonna give her some zonking out pills? I might need some of those. It seems she had brought some child-used sedatives for Maria's tantrums. She found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. Irritated, Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. Best idea, we drug up Maria and we give her the gun. The easiest way to complete this game, drug up Maria, give her the gun, she will end everything, no problem. Maria knows what to do in scenarios like this. Exactly, drug her up and give her the gun. That is the only solution to this madness. She knows about the occult, so we should be following her. Even if she's like, oh, Beatrice is real. Let's just not believe in Beatrice, but she probably knows how to get rid of a witch. We could trick her into thinking that we should do that. She's a child. And a drugged up one at that. The best part is that if she doesn't want to believe us, she could just shoot us, and Beatrice won't get her jollies off trying to kill us. It's the perfect way. As she did that, Maria's crying grew even more intense. You know what? I can officially say stream is salvaged. I already see like maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute to a minute 30 of content being used. At that time, Ava was lying on her bed, covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, folding a handkerchief soaked in water.
こら、ずいぶんひどい熱や。
Now, how does one kill Ava and Hideyoshi? Because there's no way. I'm assuming these two die. And then Beatrice is like, I told you I'd stop the game, but Ava didn't. That's what I expect this game to do. Badler's gonna be like, oh, I thought you wouldn't kill anybody anymore. And Beatrice goes, or Beto. I'm calling her Beatrice. That's just Beatrice to me. Beatrice will go, yeah, I did. Ava didn't. And then that's when I start simping for Beatrice. That's when I start. Because at that point, it's like, that is an energy that I have.
きっと親族会議のどっけにやられてもうたんやな。今はもう他の親族たちのことは全部忘れるんや。な。
As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he set the soaked handkerchief on Ava's burning forehead. Ava rested her own hand on top of his.
あなたの手
But didn't we see this last time on the episode 2 of Umineko?
ひんやりして気持ちいい。
わしの手が気持ちいいようじゃだいぶ熱が出て
If this scaly lizard man hand feels nice, I guess you picked the right person to marry.
わしの手は魔法の手なんや。
Okay, that line could be taken way out of context. That was episode 1?
どんな熱も立ちどころに治ってしまうんや。
そうね。あなたの手で私の熱が引かなかったことは
See what I mean? I don't remember.
そうや。わしの手があれば医者いらずやで。安心して目をつむるんや。すぐにわしの魔法でぐんぐん熱が下がるから。
Does he give the handies?
知ってる。あなたの魔法感じるもの。
Hideyoshi was about to say it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. If Ava said she could feel magic coming from his hand, then that was fine for now. I'm telling you right now, if he's got all that magic, whoo, whoo, whoo. Let me feel some.
魔法って本当にあるのかしら。
おお。ある。
According to your subconscious, it does.
信じる者にしかわからへんけどな。そういう魔法は案外世の中にたくさんある。
Everything can be explained with
魔法が
science.
実在するなら
Give me something and I'll explain it with science. I can tell you that right now. May not be good science, but I am a certified scientist. A self-certified scientist.
信じる者にはおるやろな。神様と同じや。信心深い人の前に
Like Sobek?
姿は表さんのや。
私もね、昔魔法が使えたの。
ほう。ほんまかいな。じゃあお前も魔女やったんやな。
私がね、絶対に叶えたい夢があって、それを強く願って努力すると、それが必ず叶ったの。私はその魔法で、いつも成績は一番だったし、生徒会長にだってなったし、入りたい大学にも実力で入れたし、いつだって、どんな願いだって叶えてきたわ。
そうやな。お前の魔法はいつだって大したもんや。お前は確かに魔女や。そして誰にも負けん努力家や。わしゃよう知っとるで。
Which Smitch?
私ね、子供の頃からずっと心の中にもう一人の自分がいて、いつも私を励ましてくれたの。
Yeah, the witch now.
その自分は魔女だったわ。
Well, she's a witch now.
ベアトリーチェなんて信じなかった。もし六軒島に魔女がいるとしたら、それが私の
It was the
心の中
witch
の魔女のこと
inside
だ
my heart.
ずっと信じてきた。その魔女の自分
I always believed in myself, in the witch in my heart.
あなたに出会わせてくれてよかったなって。
This is a crappy
いつも感謝してる。
shonen manga. That's what this is.
時のお前はいつも気弱すぎや。
Except
今は何も
it's
言わん
less
で
action
熱
and more
が下がる
talking.
までずーっとこうしてるからな。
絶対に手を離さないでね。なんだか私、自分が自分でなくなるような気がして、さっきから怖いの。私の中の魔女がベアトリーチェに触発されて、どんどん強くなるような 気がして
How does that feel?
私を飲み込んでしまいそうな気がする
I want to know what that feels
大
like.
丈夫や。わしが一緒にいる限り、なんも恐れることなんてあらへん。ほら、ちょいとヤバめな国に旅行に行った時、バスごと強盗にあったことあったやろ。わしが撃退したんやで。
あなた金時計を渡して拝み倒しただけだったじゃない。かっこ悪いけどかっこよかったわ。この手絶対に離さないでね。眠って
If you're gonna die, can you die?
離さないでね。そして何か不気味なものが忍び込んできても私を守ってね。
おう。
If something creepy like 7 schoolgirls decide to walk in here, can you just stab them for me? Just get rid of them. Throw them out that window. Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. At that time, there's the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum, and screams of ooh ooh could be heard along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Ava's ears, or maybe it was giving her a headache. Ava moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria had probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and started arguing with Rosa, who then scolded her daughter. And then maybe that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out into the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem, but just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus elsewhere.
ちょいと待っとれや。
Somewhere else.
静かにするようお願いしてくるわ。
No, don't move your hand.
早く戻ってきて。
No, she's gonna die because you took your hand off her body. Your hand is magic. It makes people live. Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his face out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's
大
gaze.
丈夫かいな、ローザさん。
ごめんなさい。うるさくして起こしちゃったかしら。
マリアちゃん、ごめんな。エヴァおばさんな、具合が悪くて寝とるんや。すまんが、ちょいと静かにしてもらえるか。
Hey, my wife's trying to sleep. Could you just shut up? Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept whining and repeating, "My rose, my rose." Rosa slapped Maria's cheek, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. I like to think she slapped her, knocked her out, and then just started, like, put her in the kata hajime and just dragged her out. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door.
またマリアちゃんが泣いてるの。
I wish you were dead.
そうみたいやな。ローザさんも大変や。それを思えば、うちのジョージは出来すぎや。親が感謝したいくらいやで。
Except I think he might be on the edge of a mental breakdown.
おお、すまんすまん。
Same with Jessica. Badler's like the only one who's not on the edge. He put his hand on Ava's forehead again. Badler's like the only one who's not on the edge of a mental breakdown because he's already had many. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. A truly peaceful look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit she began to drift off into a land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. And then they died. The end. We can close the storybook on that one. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss at what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby, and had yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out into the corridor only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear. and tried to persuade Maria in a properly calm voice.
マリアはそんなにもバラが見たいのね。
Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, ooh,
ど
ooh.
うしてそんなにバラが見たいの？
Is Rosa good mother?
お母さんが聞いてあげるから静かに話して。叫んだら殴るわよ。
Not good mother?
デアドリーチェに蘇らせてもらったの。また折れちゃってるかも。マリアはそれが心配。確かめないと眠れない。
Apparently, she was still upset about that marked rose from yesterday. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming.
とにかく今はみんな大変なの。だからママたちに迷惑をかけないで。バラの話は明日雨が上がったら好きにしていいから。だから今は聞き分けなさい。
Don't you yell! Don't you yell! Don't you yell! We will throw hands. Me and Rosa will both throw hands if you yell. That's it, Rosa. Start throwing. Rosa reflexively covered Maria's mouth. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized that it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. But Maria thought that was directed at her, and crying grew even fiercer.
お願いだから静かにして。
Yeah, shut up. Alright, shut up.
どうしたらあなたは
Shut up, shutting up.
どうしたらあなたはママの言うことを聞いてくれるの？
Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural. Then she turned around and muttered.
マリアのバラを見たら、ちゃんと明日まで静かにしてるよ。
All this time, I thought Maria was a dumb kid. This here proves one thing. This small little piece of crap is a schemer. She planned this. You cannot tell me that smug face and her just stopping crying immediately was not her going, all according to plan. She is scheming. She might be killing these people. Somebody gave her a gun. That's what happened. Somebody gave her a gun.
本当？
うん。バラ庭園に行って、マリアのバラを見たら。
I'm telling you, she planned. She's a planner.
本当だよ、ママ。
Don't trust her. I'm gonna tell you right now, she'll kill you. If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She thought it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. All of that clamor since this morning had been a farce set up by Kinzo. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to all be an act.
本当にバラを見たらもうおとなしくする？
うん。本当だよ、ママ。
She's Maria. I don't trust this kid. Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. And she shrugged as though giving up.
わかったわ。
I retract my statement. Do not give Maria the gun. She will absolutely shoot you in the back.
一目見たら納得するのよ。いいわね。
うん、ママ。約束
Dude,
す
that
る。
no. I retract all my statements. Maria cannot get the gun. Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. It's only an act. There's never a murderer on this island in the first place.
くそ、待てよ、ローザおばさん。
No, let her go.
ローザおばさんとマリアが第二の番の犠牲者なのか。くそくそくそ、誰か気づけよ、呼び止めろ。今の親父たちや俺たちは何をしてるんだ。
ローザ親子の痛々しい関係に気を使ってわざわざ話題を変えておるぞ。そなたらも2階へ上がりテレビを見ながら話題を変えておる。
I mean, that's a little obvious, Badler. You should know that. You are a Badler.
よ庄司さんか。頼むよ、玄関から2人が出ていくのを気づいてくれよ。
届かん届かん。二人のささやかな時間を邪魔してくれるな。
Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside through the front door. In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice, much less those in the cousin's room on the second floor. Yeah, Battler, why are you so panicked? Exactly. Not an accident, but natural causes. Yes, that's exactly what that means. Battler, look, we're getting a little too hostile here. We gotta calm down. She isn't a witch anymore. We can't, like, yell at her. She isn't our enemy right now. At the moment. There's no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately, the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that was fortunate. Maybe, no, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because maybe, if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside. I will say, if they are discovered outside, that would ruin any closed room scenario. So, this game better not do that. Maria found her rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get one look at it. But she didn't want Maria to complain that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. She believed that there was no culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. After glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily in all directions. No! Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold-colored. It had to be her imagination. Because to Rosa, it seems as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. They just died. No, he's busy drinking the potions, man. He's downing them. He's downing them like I'm a person. I don't know. Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body wasn't keeping up. Even though he understood that, Hideyoshi suspected that this sudden fever was a sign of some serious illness. Polio. Several times Hideyoshi decided to call for Dr. Nanjo, but Ava resisted firmly, pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away, or else Dr. Ajnan would appear. What time is it in this game? Classic knuckle cracking for Umineko. Always gotta crack the knucks. Even as she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. She's gonna birth the new Beatrice. There it is. Wah! 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 She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rosebush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the shadow of a person beyond the bush showed itself.
エヴァおばさん。
びっくりしたわ。姉さんなの？何かご用？
Now, is it young or old?
ええ、そうよ。お父様の黄金の話よ。お願いだからマリアの前では遠慮して。ちゃんと約束は守ってるわよ。姉さんの悪巧みの邪魔はしないわ。悪巧み？何それ？姉さんが何を考えていても勝手よ。私は邪魔する気なんてない。だからマリアの前では許して。私は分け前さえもらえれば十分なの。分け前？
You're dying, Rosa. Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria said just one thing. Does she say another thing? Because that didn't tell me anything.
おばさん、誰？
What? She's going back on her deal. No. No. Out of body. So, I'm supposed to have a theory for this. Use your hand, reach into her soul, and pull her body out.
お前が何を努力したの？何も努力してない。いつも私たちの影に隠れてのらりくらり。いつも戦わずに影から影へと逃げ回っていたお前に、後ろ宮家の黄金を無心する資格など本当にあると思ってるの？
It's called the deal. We did a handshake. Maria, don't go near her. Don't go near her, Maria. That's not... Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high. Maria, don't go near her. That's not our Beatrice. Hashtag not my Beatrice.
姉さんよね。姉さんなのよね。違うわ。私はもはやあなたの姉であった存在ではないの。じゃあ、あんた誰なのよ。ベアトリーチェだとでも言うの？そんなはずはない。あんたは19年前に死んだのよ。ええ、確かに死んでいたわ。だって私、あなたの頭が割れているところをはっきり見たもの。その中身が溢れ出しているのを昨日のことのように。
But you can't remember what she looked like.
どうして生きてここにいるのよ。黄金の魔女に死の概念などないの。黄金の魔女とベアトリーチェの名は永遠に受け継がれてるか？お前が知っていたベアトリーチェは死を迎えたかもしれないが、今やそれは私の名である。故に無限。ベアトリーチェに死の概念はないの。哀れね、姉さん。
How pitiful, Nason.
もはや私はお前の姉ではない。
Unless she said that, which I don't know why that wasn't voice acted.
さて、新しきベアトリーチェとして自らの復活の儀式を引き継ぐわ。ロノ
Just shoot her.
私はどうすればいいの？
Renov, please go back to the original Beatrice. Please. Please, Renov. I don't like this one. She's a little too entitled.
不甲斐なき元妹よ。
She's way too entitled for me to even enjoy her.
生贄に選ばれたことをこう
I do not accept Ava as a witch. That's the answer to the first question.
私がこの手で引き裂く。
The first thing the new Beatrice wished for. No, the first magic she tried to use was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them, but that she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky. For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there's nothing more unnerving than having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who, in becoming the new witch, had learned the joy of being released from gravity, it was enough to make her whole body shake with delight.
ねえローザ、昔小さい頃魔女になって空が飛べたらなって話したことあるの覚えてる？
Well, you're not my sister now, are you, Beatrice?
私が本当の魔女になって叶えてあげたわ。やめてよ。夢なら覚めて。あなた言ったわ。夢の中で空を飛んだって。そして覚めたくなかったとも言ったわ。起こした私を恨んだともね。安心して。今度は覚めないわよ。
Don't worry, this time you'll die. Come, dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky? And escape the cramped and boring island of Rakanjima? Now, I'll make that dream a reality for you. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else. So, does she become pulp on the pavement? And how does that exist for us to explain? Does Maria get to witness her mom turning into mush?
私たちが憧れた大空を自由にする力を。さあ踊ろうよローザ。雨の中を風の中を。私たちは踊るように飛び回ろう。稲光が私たちを照らして祝福してくれるわ。
The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind. As the rain pounded upon every part of their bodies as the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding on to her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. All right. A slightly displeased expression rose to the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. Then she decided to listen to her former sister's request. It's like asking a guy who's holding you over a bridge, let me go! And then he just drops you off the bridge. You gotta say, I want to be let down safely on the ground. The whirlwind had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker, then stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall. The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, as a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she wished that Rosa hadn't died. When she did, gold butterflies curled about Rosa's body, reviving that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it is to break things in this world and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. This surely gave her a much, much greater realization of her position as a witch than flying through the sky had. She's power hungry. Imagine, you get destroyed by falling from a height, and then you get revived, and your body's just going... My question is, do you feel all that pain? When Rosa gets back up, is she just gonna go, ah! How many fish did you kill that day? One. But now that I can, I'm gonna kill all the people I want. This sounds like the excuse for a serial killer as to why he killed people. I thought I could fix them. I yawned, so we're gonna wait. There we go. For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel. Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. Question was answered. She is gonna go, ah! Did I even read that other line? At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand. You broke my leg, so it's kind of hard for me to stand up right now. I'll try. What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all of them without holding back. I want Rosa to stand up As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly, even having you get sucked. Oh, there's more. Into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with the ocean of jelly, alright? Rosa was once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly, like the one she had spoken of from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly. The red was strawberry. The yellow was pineapple. And the green was melon. What was the white part? Apple? Did Rosa even have the time to think stuff like that? Why would white be apple? I guess because the inside of an apple is kind of white. Never mind. Question answered. Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. And she sunk deep into a purple grape-flavored sea. It really was an ocean of jelly. Thumbnail potential. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Then she sunk on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench, crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean as her ribs snapped, as her spine snapped. In the end, she became a small, frail meatball. The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in a golden sparkle, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it. If they were a witch. That absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy from having that dream she gave up on as a child come true. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered and became black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake. The elegant black part was a slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. That became the ceiling, became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you piled those cakes up, they would surely be taller than Mount Everest. So, they probably weighed, I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up, so as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke throughout her body and her insides were all smashed and forced out. Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top, and Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. She became as thin as a single hair, and was probably spread out over the area of a tennis court. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. Then, as though it had all been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. Of course, it definitely wasn't a dream. She had been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she'd gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once. Depending on who you talk to, people have died more than once. What was that laugh? Please have mercy. Terrible laugh. Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. Little teeny tiny baby Rosa? She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then gold wings sprouted from her back and she joined her fellow gold butterflies. However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly Rosa was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. So, are we just fans of casual torture? As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft-knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the night of a storm. That owner, which should have never been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa. That's what it sounds like. Oh, it was, I didn't understand. I was like, what was it, a cat? Some sadistic kids. I hate that laugh is annoying, to be honest. Gilbo! Gilbo! She can, but she's more torturous than you are. Now that's a laugh. Instead of it's a laugh. Not really. I'm literally watching somebody get tortured. I don't think I want to laugh at that. One of them is, yes. One of them isn't. Why are you still around? Can you use the red truth anymore? Was that a witch power? Teach me. Because the magic I have is science.
世界もぜひ一度見てみたいものだ。楽しくなってきただろう。魔法が使いたくなってきただろう。
Nah,
魔女もなかなかに楽しいものである。
I like science too much.
特別に教えてやる。一緒に空を飛ぶ喜びとか、一緒に海を潜る喜びとか。
I think she's simping for Badler.
世界がどれほどに広かったのかという感動をそなたにも教えてやる。
By world, she means the rectum.
そしたら楽しいだろうな。
There's no malice in Beto's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show. And she wanted to share that appreciation with Badler. Badler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. Look, I have morals that I follow.
ワルキリア、このおかしな茶番を止めさせるんだ。どうすりゃいいんだ。
私たちは万能の存在です。万丈には触れられません。
Vergilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Badler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her. She enjoys that.
いい加減にしろ、魔女め。あれがエヴァおばさんだってのか。ありえない。俺の知ってるエヴァおばさんは確かに意地悪なとこも少しはあったけど、こんな残酷なことをする人じゃ断じてありえない。全てお前のまやかしだ。ローザおばさんをもてあそぶな。エヴァおばさんをもてあそぶな。今すぐこの茶番を止めさせろ。
だからローザと遊んでいるのはもうわらわではないというに。新しきベアトリーチェだというに。
You expect me to believe that?
そんなにギャーギャーわめくほどに残酷か。そなたもこういうの実は結構好きだろうが。実はちょっぴり魔法に興味を持ってきて。
For the first time, Badler slapped Beto's cheek. Beatrice didn't know why he'd done something like this. This has thrown me in for enough of a loop that I can't even speak. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her, and a surprised expression rose to her face. Badler especially couldn't forgive that expression. He roared. That was more like a confused scream. Now, Badler, let's not get too hasty here, alright? My brain is being conflicted with. Half of it wants to simp, the other half wants to believe in science. So I'm staying neutral. Badler, let's not start slapping now. We're adults here, okay?
これが面白いだ。お前の頭はどうなってんだ。死ね。頭を輪切りにしててめえで覗いてみろ。絶対に中身がごっそり抜けているぜ。
I mean, she did already.
今すぐやめさせろ。この悪趣味な茶番をやめさせるんだ。俺はお前を許さない。よくもこんな残酷なことを。お前のこと少しでも笑えるやつだと思ったこともあったが、俺はもう二度と勘違いしない。お前はただ残酷なだけの怪物だ。俺の前に現れるな。二度とだ。お前を認めない。お前と話さない。お前の顔など見たくもない。聞こえたか。俺の前に現れるな。お前なんか消えてしまえ。
The instant Badler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and knocked Beto back onto her butt. Badler, you can't start using magic now. Hold the fuck up. Badler? You're a hypocrite. Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe it. Magic uses magic.
なんだというのだ。面白い見物ではないかよ。
She spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Badler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself.
そりゃ確かにちょっとあれかなとは思うけど。
Look, I'm telling you right now, if people ship these two characters, it makes complete sense. Because it 100% seems like she's in love with Badler. And I know that they do.
こんなの無邪気ないたずら程度であろう。どう殺そうが結局は生き返らせておるではないか。人間は終わりさえ良ければ何でも良い生き物ではなかったのか。
Depends on the human.
のう、お師匠様。そこまでへそを曲げられるものでもあるまいに。
She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beto, at that moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better.
私から特に言うことはありません。あなたが楽しいと思うならいつまでも見続けていると良いでしょう。終わったら呼びなさい。それまで私も姿を消します。
I'll be here, Beatrice, don't worry. I kinda have to be. Following Badler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beto, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt that they were making her out to be the bad guy.
なんだよ。面白いショーじゃないかよ。ちょっとは悪趣味かもしれないけど、割と面白いじゃないかよ。なあ、ロノウェ。そこまで怒るほどじゃないよな。
Renov isn't yours anymore. Why are you here?
お嬢様の面白いがマトラ様にも面白いとは
You're supposed to be with Ava. Get out of here, Renov. She's crying.
確かに対戦相手が
She was crying.
座興笑い合いのほどわらわたちは不仲だというのか。バトラと一緒に拍手できたように一緒にゲラゲラ笑い合えると思ったのに、その程度のことすらわらわは拒絶されるというのかよ。魔女だと認めぬのはいいさ。それを競い合うゲームなんだから。
She is simping for this man.
顔を見ない、話もしないって。
Look,
無視はいか
full
ない
on crying.
わらわはそんなにも嫌われ者なのかよ。
これまでお嬢様
My brain is messed up. I start feeling a little sad there.
マトラ様の気持ち
Get out of my head.
はわかる
Get out of my head, man.
それが理解
Get out of my head.
お嬢様が特に鈍感が過ぎるのではないかと。
うるさい、うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。お前も消えてしまえ。
はい、かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
Even Renov hid himself in the darkness and Beatrice was left alone. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one ever plays with a lonely witch. And the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch. So don't be lonely. If the band... Sorry, if I had the joke ready, I would make the joke, but I don't. If Fivefold, the band, has told me anything, we're anything but lonely.
なんでわらわと誰も遊んでくれないんだよ。そんなにわらわは変かよ。
You are. To be honest, you are.
誰か返事しろよ。
You're 100% cruel and weird. This is fucked up, though. I didn't want to see Beatrice start fucking crying. Like, I know I don't like her that much, but damn. She wants to boil and cook a child in the oven. Hey, new Beatrice, behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquet, Beto showed herself. That expression was very rare for her. It was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable. Maria's, like, freaking out right now. Maria's on the ground going, 2 Beatrices! 2! Chill for a second. I gotta torture them a little bit more. I gotta make sure that they're medium. They're well done. That's when you grip her up. Listen to me. You gotta calm down here. I'm trying to get some Badler in me. She's got you there. They needed to get a better voice actor on that laugh. Little refinement, if you shall will. You're too poor. Okay, I said it. You're acting too poor. You know what? That's a sign there, Beatrice. You got... Just kill him normally. The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself. I'll show you a rich way to kill. Poor person. When Beto waved her pipe, 7 colors of smoke poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beto had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths, but even so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please, have mercy! Come on, Beatrice, let's get some cruel, disgusting, perverted, horny way for you to kill these people. Okay. Well then, Ava voice actress needs better laugh for Ava Beatrice, because that laugh is not fun. When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. Yeah, she promised, not the other one. I'm sorry, little one. But I can spare you. Throws her 50, like, miles to get away from the island. She lands, like, in India, perfectly safe. I'll give you a quiet sleep that will never be disturbed again. Beto embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then, softly, a red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Its redness grew bit by bit, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully as though she had fallen asleep. Yeah, your daughter's dead. Get the gun! Avenge Maria! Beto softly, gently lifted her fingers, though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance lightly like a feather. Then, Rosa's body floated softly, and right there was the garden fence, with its spear-shaped prongs. Oh, she got impaled. Thumbnail. Did I just see medulla oblongata? Thumbnail. The spear of the fence pierced Rosa's medulla oblongata. Benevolently, without toying with her in a single blow, Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the earlier innocent yet cruel events, it seemed to be over much too fast. It just looked like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence. But she had passed away. Beto acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though this was an anticlimax. Then she said it out loud. It's too plain. Yeah, but it exudes being rich. There's a little There's a little,
あっさりめでいいからな。
whatchamacallit within the group.
わらわのやり方は悪い例だ。模範にしてはならぬ。よく心に刻んでおけ。
はい、先代様。
良い返事だ。ロノウェ、煉獄の七姉妹よ、いでよ。
はい、お嬢様。ロノウへ、ここに。
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Okay, so I thought they didn't follow Beatrice anymore.
わらわもいろいろ派手にやってきたわけだが、まあ黄金の魔女としての威厳も大事だ。
Renault's standing there going, now you care about it. Alright. As Renault laughed at Beto's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her.
かしこまりました。以後は黄金の魔女の名にふさわしい気品に気をつけるようにいたします。煉獄の七姉妹もこれまでのような悪ふざけは改め、以後は最短の手順で任務を遂行するように。ということでよろしいですか、お嬢様。
うん。つまりはそういうことだ。みんな肝に銘じよ。良いな。
はい、かしこまりました。
わらわが言いたいのは以上だ。もう引き上げてよいぞ。
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
失礼いたします。
ま、わらわが言いたいのはそれだけだ。それでは引き続きしっかりな。黄金の魔女らしく貫禄を持って、自重気味にな。頑張るがよいぞ。そなたを見守っておる。
Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beetle left that message, and immediately became a cloud of gold butterflies, hiding her form in the empty air. Ava, kill them as cruel as possible. Don't listen to her. She's not you. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up the conversation. After that, all that remained was Maria's corpse lying down and pounded by the rain. Rosa's corpse propped up by the fence and staring up at the sky, and the figure of the witch. Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue. Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air. Oh yeah, Sean. Ava's not gonna be listening to no former witch. What? She's asleep. My god, looks like she finally shut up. Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, Ava had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared she'd finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Ava's hand. He thought it might be time to let go pretty soon, but he faithfully continued to hold on. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired and he would switch between his right and his left. But even so, as promised, he didn't let go of her hand. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Ava had finally been able to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant.
Aniki, Hideyoshi-san, すまねえ。ローザはそこにいるか?
It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, adding his footsteps so that he wouldn't wake Ava. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. Yo, what's up? She's fucking sleeping, dude. You trying to wake up my wife? Why would they be with me? You're an idiot. This is what actually happened in the Rose Garden. Rudolph clicked his tongue. I can explain that fairly simple. Maria, the child abuser that she is, was really just hammering away on Maria. Really just hammering. Just straight up punching the lights out of Maria. Maria pushed her with as much force as the 9-year-old child can give. Just enough for Rosa to land on one of the spikes and start, like, dying. Just enough force for her to crack her neck and die. And Maria, who has just been beaten down, stomped on, destroyed, bones broken in every direction, slowly passes on right after that moment. She just dies right in that moment. When she sees her mother dying, she's like, well, there's nothing for me anymore. I give up. And she's out. Because you gotta admit, Rosa does beat her child. And we have seen it multiple times where if Maria doesn't stop crying, she will continue hitting. So maybe this was the snapping point, and everything was still just an accident. That could be. Or there really was a murderer on the island the whole time. The first murderer was the servants, but then another person walked out, went, oh, part of my job's already done. Well, I guess I just gotta kill these two then. All right. Other people could be seen in the corridor. Rosa hadn't returned for a while after going out into the corridor, so they'd begun to worry. Near the front door, Natsuki pointed at the unset chain. Somebody entered the house. The call is coming from inside the house. I'm not. They're adults. Combined. They are one adult. Jessica, get out there. Lead us there. George, you too. Yeah, so let's go. We're burning rubber. We gotta go. Hit the gas. Off brake on gas. So you want to die out there alone, old man? Fine by me. Rose, Ava's gonna go, what? Oh my god, she knows! Ava knows! Ava fucking knows, dude. Dude, this is another level. I didn't figure out Ava cowered again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad. I didn't realize Ava would actually know what her witch was doing. That's kind of messed up. Imagine you're busy in a dream, and then all of a sudden you wake up and people are telling you, yeah, there's they went out to the Rose Garden. You're like, the Rose Garden? Oh no! Hideyoshi beat his chest trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she just had was only a dream. Oh, there they are, thumbnail.
ルドルフがバラ庭園中央にてローザ、マリアの遺体を確認。その後、ゲストハウスに戻って応援を呼び、両名をゲストハウスに運び込みました。南條の検視を信頼できるならば、ローザの死因はエンズ部への
pushed her,
先端部分による
stabbed, dead.
マリアについては素手による絞殺と考えられます。ただし、悪魔の証明により誤審率は否定できません。
So, here's what I formed. I will say it. First of all, how do you have powers still? I don't like that. All your powers should be gone if you transferred it. So here's what happened. Rosa was pulling the Homer Simpson and choking the absolute living hell out of Maria. Maria, trying to not die, pushed Rosa as hard as she could as to where Rosa gets stabbed in the medulla oblongata on the iron fence. Maria, who is now, her throat is pretty much crushed because Rosa is full on choking her. She just passes out and dies. Oh wow, big fucking whoop. We figured that one out, Beatrice. I'm just gonna put R plus M dead. Alright, R plus M dead. Rosa stabbed by fence. M strangled. Battler, didn't you not want to talk to her? Do you not want to talk to her? Yep. Yep, and then she fell backwards. There you go. My theory is in the same realm. Oh, that's cold. That one, that was kind of... Badler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. That strange behavior was something Bito noticed right off the bat. That was kind of out of pocket, my guy. I'm gonna be honest. That was out of pocket. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel that coldness. Bito didn't find that amusing. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't pick fights. Okay, I need to... How did this game in 10 episodes, decide, okay, we know you absolutely hate Beatrice, but now we're gonna make you feel like an asshole for hating Beatrice. Actually, I feel like a terrible person because I don't really like this character. Well, no, I don't really like Beatrice. Why? Why? I feel bad. I actually feel bad for Beatrice. Actually. I can't hate on her anymore. I can't. Beatrice, just go back to being the Beatrice that would literally just shit on Badler the whole entire time. Like, it's not fun with you like this. It's not. Just go back. Just start hating on him again, man. That was way better. That was a fun time. I don't want to feel like I'm a piece of crap. Vernov, I can't believe I'm saying this. With how much praise I have given you, I don't want you here. Give me Beatrice. I want Beatrice here instead. There, I said it. Vernov, I don't want you here to give me the red truths. I want Beatrice too.
問題のない申し出です。バトラ君がベアとの顔を見たくないというなら、それもありかと。
好きにしろよ。その化け物の顔を見なくて済むなら、なんだって構わないぜ。
なあ、ちょっと待てよ。さっきから化け物と。わらわはひどい言われようではないか。
Cruel speak for a cruel person.
わらわはそこまでバトラに毛嫌いされねばならぬというのか。あれらはすべてわらわではなく、わらわの弟子の仕業であろうが。
別に俺はさっきのことだけで腹を立ててるわけじゃねえぜ。一番最初からだ。
なあ、バトラ、誤解するなよ。わらわとそなたはゲームを通して対峙し合うプレイヤー同士なだけでは。
This is why I hate you, because you think this is a game to him.
勘違いするな。俺はお前が魔女を認める認めないのおかしなゲームのライバルだから嫌ってるんじゃない。お前の無意味に残酷なところがどうしても許せないだけなんだ。
そりゃ連続殺人を通してのゲームだからな。多少は残酷になるのはやむを得まい。
さっきのことだけじゃない。前回だって前々回だってみんなの腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込んだり顔面を耕したり。
He does have a point. He does have a point though, Beatrice.
それは
密室殺人だのトリックだのアリバイだの、そこまでは100歩譲ってやる。お前は魔法殺人だと主張したいんだから、そういう手の込んだ事件を起こさざるを得ないことを100歩譲って理解してやってもいい。しかしあれらのグロテスクな殺人に一体どれほどの意味があるというのか。
それはその別に。
Yeah, you can't explain it, can you?
何の意味もない。お前はただ悪ふざけで死者を切り刻んで面白がっているだけだ。それは魔女だからとか魔法じゃなきゃできないからとかそういうのじゃない。ただお前が面白半分。
We're in the serious hour now.
それはお前が魔女だからとかそういうことじゃない。ただただ人として許せないものがあるからだ。
なんだよその人としてってやつは。
例えば今回のゲームの第1の番の6人、まあじいさまの黒焦げはともかく他の5人の死体は不要に死者を恥ずかしめない普通の殺し方だった。凶器が槍だか銃だかははっきりしないが、とにかく殺しの中じゃ
So you started off great.
マシなものだった。前回
You just kind of went off the rails.
非常識 して今回の6つの密室をつなげた連鎖密室、まあまあ面白かったぜ。あれをお前とやり取りしてるときは今だから白状するが少しだけ楽しいと思った。自分の存在を認めさせようと必死になるお前とそれを否定しようと必死になる俺、どっちも必死で全力だ。おかしな話だが俺はお前との間にささやかなスポーツマンシップさえ感じたものさ。俺とお前は相入れない存在だが全く理解できない存在でもないかもしれないとわずかに思えた。だがその気持ちはついさっきみじんも残らずに吹き飛んだ。
だからそなたは誤解しておる。あれはわらわではなく。
違う、俺はそういう話をしてるんじゃない。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺し方を何度も何度も繰り返されるのを見て面白い見せ物だと嘲笑った。それを見て俺は深く失望した。お前が今回少しはマシな殺し方を選んだのは何かのちょっとした気まぐれなんであって本来の残酷な性分には何の変わりもないんだと分かって深く失望した。それどころかお前は残酷な死を純粋に楽しんでさえいる。俺に意地悪をするためだけに残酷を尽くしてるんじゃない。お前は本当に純粋に残酷を楽しんでいる。楽しめる性分なんだ。お前はローザおばさんが何度もむごたらしく殺されているのを俺に楽しいだろうと言った。嫌味で言ったんじゃない。心底から楽しくてそれを俺にも共感してほしくて楽しいだろうと言ったんだ。その瞬間俺は失望し悟った。
So how are you gonna get your
俺が魔女だとかそういうないとかそういうことが問題なんじゃない。
I can't even find the right phrasing for it.
お前のその残酷さが許
That's how much I didn't want to say the line I was going to say.
許すこともできない。だが魔女を認めるか否定するかというゲームは続ける。自ら降りて敗北を認めたりはしないさ。だがそのゲームにお前の無意味な残酷さは何の必要もない。だから俺はお前を対戦相手として認めないことにする。ロノベの方が100倍増しだ。
Oh!
残酷趣味はない。あったとしても俺の前でそれをひけらかす悪趣味はない。そうさ、お前は悪趣味だ。
Okay, let's not say that.
だから理解することができない。相手として
We're getting a little too harsh now, Badler.
お前の顔を二度と見たくない。
As Badler went on and on by himself, Beto was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told. This was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, so even she herself didn't know what attitude she should take. In the end, she made her face into a candid expression as though she had come to her senses, and she shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired. No, don't Beatrice, don't do it. Don't do it.
だがお前の重ねてきた残酷な行為の数々を俺は絶対に許さない。だから絶対にお前を認めない。そのためにもお前に売られた喧嘩を俺から降りない。そして絶対に負けない。それだけだ。
ベアト、これ以上言い訳を重ねても彼の心象は変わりませんよ。後で話があります。それまで下がっていなさい。
わかった。それでは呼ばれるまで姿を消している。
Looking lonely, Badler watched. Hold on. Looking lonely, Beto turned her back to them and vanished. Badler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up.
そうですね。バカで素直です。
あのバカ。ローザおばさんが残酷に殺されるところを俺と見て、満面の笑みで振り返りやがった。あの残酷症。本気で俺と笑い合えると信じてやがったんだ。俺とその感情を共有できると本気で信じてやがった。あの無邪気な笑顔を見て俺は最低な気持ちになったぜ。むしろこれまでのように意地悪な面で言われた方がずっとマシだった。畜生。
お嬢様は友達というものを持った試しのない方です。それどころかあれほど強く物を言われたことさえなかったでしょう。私もマダムも共に付き人。何を申し上げてもお耳には届きません。お嬢様にはこれも。
ふざけるな。俺はあいつの友達になった覚えはないぞ。
そうでございますね。失礼いたしました。
一つだけあなたに感謝を。あの子のゲームを降りないでくれてありがとう。
She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason, Badler made a displeased face. Then, as though in self-derision, he chuckled.
魔女やら悪魔やらに礼を言われるようになっちゃ俺もおしまいだな。ゲームを再開しようぜ。もちろん手心を加えるつもりはないからな。
望むところです。
Beatrice better not be gone for this whole episode.
私は熱くは
For the rest of this episode, I will refuse to accept that.
ローザおばさんが犯人で事故死と仮定すれば魔女は否定できる。ローザおばさんを疑いたくはないが、ベアトをぶっ潰すために今はあえてそうだと仮定する。
赤で否定を行います。ローザとマリアの2人は他殺です。
よし。
I'm still going with Rosa killed Maria on accident. But it was still a homicide. A homicide can still be accidental. It's called manslaughter. But it's still homicide. Because homicide is not defined as you purposely murdering somebody, I believe. Oh. Never mind, the actual definition of homicide has the word deliberate in it, so that means they had to do it on purpose. Again, that's why I don't want to form theories, because they're disproven immediately. So there's no point. I'm just letting the game do it at this point. I got nothing. With Rosa's and Maria, it shouldn't be Rosa's and Maria's death. It should be Rosa and Maria's death. It was now clear that the culprit was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's corpse for being reckless several times, but Rosa would never respond to that again. They decided to place the two corpses in one of the guest rooms and to seal it until the police arrived. The second murder, the murder of the second Twilight, had delivered a heavy blow to everyone. It had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that a crime didn't actually occur and was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants. trying to distract themselves from the loss of the people they liked. George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts by supposing that these murders might actually have all been an act, and that Shannon and Cannon were only pretending to be dead. When the next murder occurred, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again struck by the fact that the person they liked had most definitely been killed. The tears that they thought had died away began to drip down once more, and Badler couldn't think of anything to say to them. After that, all of the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and locked, just in case. They made certain that the shutters on all of the windows were down and locked, and they confirmed that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and checked with each other to make sure they were mentally prepared so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw the shadow of a mysterious person. Rosa's gun had been found near the scene of the crime. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap. But when Hideyoshi delicately used a fire iron to fire off test shots, it was able to discharge without incident. Five shots! So since the 5 shots loaded into it had discharged without any problems, they reloaded it with bullets and handed it over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. This short-barrel Winchester could hold only 5 shots. In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. You are almost to chapter 14, and there are only 17 chapters in the episode, by the way. Okay. To me, that doesn't mean anything, but Beatrice better make a fucking appearance at the end of the 17th chapter. And yet the two had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant that there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew. So Ava. Wait, so Ava is really the culprit. So I was technically right. They had no way of knowing, but Bito had already used the red to proclaim the deaths of the 6. No, the deaths of all victims so far in this game. That faint dream that it was all a farce, that the victims were actually alive. I'm sorry to say it, but that's impossible. Of course, there is no way for them to know about that either. That claim of Rudolph's has also been denied in red. There are no more than 18 humans on this island.
いるはずのない使用人がひょっこり姿を現したら普通は警戒バリバリや。
顔見知りの犯行と決めつけるのもどうかと思うわ。暗がりから突然ローザが襲われて銃を奪われそうになった。そしたらローザが転んで柵に頭を打ち動かなくなった。ゲストハウスが近かったので銃声を嫌い素手でマリアちゃんを殺したとか。
そういう可能性もあるな。そうだとしてもだ、現場にわざわざローザの銃を残していくだろうか。犯人が何を武装しているか知らねえが、こちらの銃は不安要素のはずだ。その一丁を間引けるチャンスだったはずだぜ。
They want the challenge.
わざわざ現場に残したんだ。
私は初めその銃を罠だと思
I want the challenge of knowing I could get shot.
わざわざ残した以上私たちの誰かに手に取らせたい。そして引き金を引かせたいに違いない。てっきり暴発して大怪我を負わせるような危険な仕掛けがされてるに違いないと思ってたわ。
でも現に大丈夫や。おそらく犯人も焦っとったんとちゃうか。今頃銃を奪うチャンスを逃したことを後悔しとるに決まっとるで。
なんだか不愉快だな。銃なんか怖くもないっていう魔女のメッセージみたいでムカつくぜ。
しかしいずれにせよ恐ろしい相手ですね。ローザさんが銃を持っていることははためにも分かったはず。にもかかわらず襲いかかるとは、銃を恐れないという点を私たちは軽視するべきではありません。
夏日の言う通りだ。これまで以上に用心すべきだろう。
念のためなんだけど、ローザさんたちが外に出たと思われる頃、みんなはどこにいたのかしら。
私と夏日、そしてルドルフとキリエさんはここで一緒だった。
Kids were upstairs. Ava and Hideyoshi were together.
エヴァも一緒だったで。
In the room, Maria and Rosa saw them.
俺とジョージの兄貴
Chain was locked. Rudolph can confirm that. The only person not confirmed was Nanjo.
すごすごといとこ部屋へ引き返したさ。
あの時マリアを行かせなければ。
それを言ってももうどうしようも
Nanjo's the only one not accounted for.
南條先生は
Kick him the fuck out.
私は2階の部屋で本を読んでおりました。一人でおりましたので、誰にもアリバイは証明できません。
Get him the fuck out of here.
子供たちと一緒に2階へ戻ったのは皆さんも見ているはずです。これを言い出したらキリがないが、窓から飛び降りてローザを襲って雨どいでもよじ登って。
Okay, first of all, how old do you think this man is? Dude doesn't have a hairline anymore. He can't do that. First of all, he'd probably break the rain gutter with the gut he got going.
やめましょう。互いを疑うのは。
Like, Nanjo is the reason. Yeah, Ajnan strikes again. He drank the potion, killed Rosa and Maria, went back, transformed back to Nanjo's like, I was reading a book. I don't know. I fell asleep while reading a book. I told you he was up. I told you not to leave him up there.
警察に通報してその指示に従うだけ。犯人が誰かなんて警察が必ず暴き出してくれるのだから。
どうしたんやエヴァ。まだ体調は悪いんとちゃうか。
No, Ava knows what happened.
母さんどうしたの？
That's the thing.
大丈夫？
Is it's not Ava knows something. Maybe Ava is the one that actually did it.
大丈夫だから。
Her and Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi left. When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She had been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of the situation. But it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all.
あの二人は私が殺した。
I
これ
killed
で
them.
黄金のことを知っているのは私たちだけ。他の兄弟たちにはかけら一つだって譲りはしないの。
なんてことを。
What have you
これ
done?
だけの莫大な黄金なのよ。 ローザたちに分け前をあげたって全く問題はなかったでしょうに。
あるわよ。あれは後宮家の当主だけが引き継げる黄金なの。だからこそそれは全て丸ごと当主の栄誉そのものなの。それにわずかほどでも傷をつけることはこの私、新しき黄金の魔女メアトリーチェが絶対に許さないわ。
あなたは魔女の碑文通りに殺人を続けるつもりなの？まさかあと5人も人殺しを続けるつもりなの？
ええ、その面倒な儀式を終えないと私の魔女としての力は完全なものにならないらしいの。ねえ私、この魔女の力は本当にすごいわ。私たちが妄想してきた全てが本当に実現できる。夢が夢でなくなる力なの。この力を知ってしまったらもう魔女はやめられない。儀式を完全に終えて私の力が完全なものになれば、きっとそれをあなたにも教えてあげられるわ。
バカなことはやめて。魔女ごっこはもう十分でしょ。私たちは黄金を見つけたわ。そして次期当主の座だって約束されてるわ。ほんの少しの綱渡りは必要だろうけど、もうそれは絶対に叶う夢なのに、これ以上あなたは何を望むというの？
私は魔女になりたかったわ。
私そんな夢なんか知らないわよ。
そうよ。その夢を持ち続けてるから私はこの年のままで生きながらえているの。あなたはその夢を大人になることで捨てたわ。いくら待てども時計を持ったウサギなど訪れないし、ハンプティ・ダンプティにも会えはしない。
I don't want to meet Humpty Dumpty. If I meet Humpty Dumpty, I'm pushing him off the wall. He ain't falling by his own hand.
諦めてしまったから大人になったのよ。だからもう魔女になりたいなんて思わない。それが本当の自分の夢であったことも忘れてしまったの。
とにかくやめて。私はもう2つの夢を手に入れている。黄金と当主の座。それでもう十分なの。だからお願い、あんたの夢なんて知ったことじゃない。おとなしくしてて。
いやよ、魔法面白いもの。それにあなたの2つの夢は私の魔法のおかげで叶ったのよ。なのに私の夢は叶えてはいけないなんて不公平よ。
I mean, your inner voices did kind of tell you where to look.
私は認めてるわ。だからもうおとなしく私の胸の中に帰って、そして二度と現れないで。
いやー、私たちお互いに勘違いしてるわね。そうよ、私はもうあんた
So wait,
じゃないの。
No, never
あ
mind.
んたは後ろ宮エヴァ、私は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。だからあんたの
It was a dumb question that I was going to ask.
さながらあなたという殻を脱皮して蝶になったような気分かしら。
熱で意識が朦朧とする。
私の魔力が未熟な分をあなたの正気で補ってるの。私が儀式を終えて完全な魔女になるまであなたに負担をかけるかもね。それくらいは2つの夢を叶えてあげた対価ってことにしてもらうわよ。大丈夫、安心して。残る5人の生贄についてはあんたの家族は外してあげるわ。そうね、ルドルフ、キリエ、クラウス、ナツヒ、あとは老いぼれの南條なんかどう？ちょうどいいわ。この5人を殺すわね。あなただけに明かす殺害予告ってところかしら。
So you'll leave the children alone. It might be better if you threaten to kill George. Ava finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder.
大丈夫か？無理せんと休もう。
大丈夫かね。
南條先生、エヴァ。
When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Ava made a gesture to stop them.
ありがとう。大丈夫よ、南條先生。薬なら飲んでるの。こんな非常事態で申し訳ないけど、もう少しだけ休ませてもらうわ。
母さん、僕も肩を貸すよ。
ありがとう。お父さんが見ててくれるから平気よ。あなたは2階のいとこ部屋に戻って決して出てこないように。いいわね。何があってもゲストハウスを出ちゃダメよ。外にはあの魔女が。
もう喋るなや。みんなすまんな。わしはエヴァを部屋で看病しとる。なんかあったら呼んでや。
Hideyoshi and Ava retreated from the lobby. However, Ava wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling good. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night and had been pressed by tension since this morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families. But if they relaxed even a little, surely everyone would be down and out.
ここまでは順調であるが、ここからが難しいぞ。
Yeah! She's here!
難しいとは？
She has appeared! She has graced me with her presence.
儀式が進行するにつれ犠牲者が増えると、彼らは守りを固めるようになる。多くの場合、ひとところに固まって動かなくなるのだ。それは我らにとって非常に都合が悪い。
それは私たち魔女が群れた人間に劣るということですか？
Well, can you kill them all in a group?
人間に劣ることはない。ただ、時代が変わり、人間が毒を持つようになったというべきか。大昔の魔法が信じられていた時代。
It's called science. Really fucked over every single witch.
あの小憎たらしいバドラがそうであるように、基本的に魔法を否定する。つまり、存在自体が反魔法的なのだ。その結果、彼らはいつの間にか体内に魔法を否定する毒素を有するように。
Sounds very... Maybe I have that. Maybe that's why no matter how much I want to believe in ghosts, I never see any ghost.
私たち魔女には不利だとおっしゃられるのですか？
彼らの魔法を否定する心の力。すなわち、対魔法抵抗力の合計値がそのまま魔法力の分母となるわけだ。わかるか？そなたにはちと難しいか？
ご冗談を。実に簡単にわかります。つまり魔法を信じない人間が多ければ多いほど、そしてその意志が強ければ強いほど、魔法は効果を劇的に助産されるとおっしゃっておられるのですね。なるほど。そのような計算式ならば攻め方を考え直さなければなりません。
Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens or divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it. And that toxin started piling up in humans since the time they forgot to respect things sacred, until finally this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They had been forced to choose to throw away their magic and live as humans, or else live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. In that sense, Rakanjima, with its population of only a few dozen humans, was extremely favorable for witches. And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in the Rakanjima forest. In other words, by permeating the island with the fear that a witch might exist, the magic-resisting toxin from the humans was weakened. A small population, and room for them to acknowledge magical beings. In other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only by existing in the valley where those two converged could a witch live in modern times.
つまりその計算式によるならば、魔女が効率よく力を振るうにはいくつかのルールがあることになりますね。一 つは演出。人間の仕業とは思えない殺人を演出し、オカルト的な装飾を施して、彼らに魔女の存在を強くアピールし、浸透させることによって、彼らは魔女の存在を信じるようになり、その結果、反魔法力が減少して、魔法力の分母の減少も図られる。なるほど。第一の番の不気味な魔法陣の演出などはこれに当たるわけですか。
そうよ、その通り。毎回の第一の番のどぎつい演出は全てそのためのものなんだ。別に決してわらわが残酷なのが好きで面白半分でやっていたわけではないのだぞ。
Get pranked.
だとしたら先代様、今回のは失敗ですね。殺し方が非常に地味でした。ただのミステリーにしか見えません。ロノウェイに聞いていますが、前回や前々回のように遺体を
Well, Renov likes to exaggerate, we could say.
見せかけ、彼らに恐怖心を植え付けるべきでしたね。
Well, about that, I was too horny for Badler.
毎回それでは芸がないと思ってな。深く考えるでない。気まぐれだ。
Actually, it really had been her whim. After what Badler had said to her, she couldn't say it out loud anymore. But she really had decided her methods of killing based on mere whims. No, would it be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Renov decide? After all, she left the closed rooms of this game's first twilight to him. But if she'd had a cruel idea, then she would surely have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than in the previous game.
ローザとマリアの殺し方についても、先代様は自重するようにおっしゃられましたが。
Are you sure you're not just going soft?
私たち魔女に利する行為ではありませんね。実際、彼らは現時点では魔女が実在するなんてこれっぽっちも信じてません。ファンタジーでなく、完全にミステリーだと確信しています。私たち魔女にとって失敗した展開です。先代様がどういうわけかぬるいやり方を繰り返したせいです。
ああ、そうだな。若いうちの苦労は買ってでもしろと言うではないか。先代からそなたへのこれは試練である。慎んで挑むがよいぞ。おっ
Vito tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously the fake laugh of someone trying to cover something up. And the new witch shrugged with a sigh.
この段階から演出によって反魔法力を減ずるのは多分手遅れでしょうね。となればもう一つの手、人間の分散が良いでしょう。
それが最も効果的であろうぞ。人間の人数が少なければ少ないほど分母の数は減るわけだ。その結果、魔法力はてきめんとなる。つまり、この籠城状態をいかに崩して少人数に分散させるかが、ここからのポイントとなるわけだな。しかし、彼らはもはや用心深く、容易には籠城を崩せぬぞ。前々回の金蔵の書斎での籠城、前回の客間での籠城、いずれも手強かった。ましてや今回は老快な大人勢がほとんど残った状態での籠城となっておる。状況はこれまで以上に困難であるぞ。そなたが望むなら特別に助言を与えてやってもよいのだがな。
In a closed circle, when the first murder case occurs, the survivors always hole up, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Funnily enough, not only do mystery authors and murder culprits worry about how to break that situation apart, but so do witches who supposedly exist at the other end of the spectrum. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her pointer finger, and after acting as though she was planning something, she spoke.
いいえ、結構です。試練ですから。先代様の手は借りません。
そうか。しかしだな、籠城を崩すのはなかなかに難しいぞ。
すでに手は打ってあります。きっと引っかかるはずです。
That was fast?
ならむしろ必ず。
わらわは嬉しいぞ。
私、人に聞く前に自分で勉強するがモットーなので。それでは失礼します。獲物がのこのこと誘い出されるのを待たねばなりませんので。
うん。それではしっかりな。
As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned to gold butterflies and vanished. Beto didn't look happy at all. She seemed to be lonely because of how little she was being relied on.
どいつもこいつもわらわのことなど構いもせぬ。魔女見習いに天狗になりよって今に手痛い
Need to put her in her place.
仕事を言うに違いないぞ。その時こそようやくわらわの偉大さを理解し教えを請おうとするに違いないのだ。それまでわらわは高みの見物よ。
She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Beto gave up and quickly stopped laughing. Renov chose that time to show himself. That was a good laugh you had there.
失礼いたします、お嬢様。バトラ様との第2の番のゲームが終了いたしました。
そうか。ご苦労であった。守備はどうであったか。
申し訳ございません。リザインさせていただきました。バトラ様のローザがマリアを考察、その後に自己死は赤にて両名他殺で切り返したのですが、エヴァを主犯に据えられた一連の指し手を切り返せませんでした。
エヴァは秀吉にずっと看病されて部屋で寝ていたであろうが。
So wait, Battler, what?
共犯で両名でアリバイを作った可能性を提示されました。
秀吉まで疑うか。
Wow.
殺害時には客室にいたと赤にて叩き切ってやればよいではないか。
それも考えましたが、いずれにせよ数手先でいくつかの大駒を奪われてしまうかもしれません。それにこの手が新しきベアトリーチェ様が撃たれた布石の可能性もありますので、それを尊重することといたしました。申し訳ありません。
布石か。あやつ頭が切れるようだからの好きにさせておくがよい。どこまでやれるか見ものだ。
そうおっしゃると思いました。弟子が可愛くないのでご機嫌斜めとお見受けしますよ。
Battler not dealing with Beatrice is just smart.
ここからの籠城をどう崩していくつもりなのか、わらわもじっくり拝見させてもらうとするぞ。ああ、それでバトラの機嫌の方はどうなのか。
落ち着いておられるように見えました。やはりお嬢様が相手でないと盛り上がらないとおっしゃっておいででしたよ。
そうか、そうであろう、そうであろう。第4の番以降はやはりわらわが復帰しないとバトラも寂しかろうな。
それでは私はこれで失礼させていただきます。美味しいクッキーを焼かねばなりません。せめてお嬢様とバトラ様のお話が弾みますように。
うん、あいつお前のクッキーボリボリ食ってたな。
That's a line.
男の子だからお腹が空くのであろう。多めに焼いてやれ。
かしこまりました。クッキーでテーブルを埋めてご覧に入れましょう。
それが良いぞ。
Even when I am the table.
なんだよ。どうした。話ってなんだ。
Kyrie called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear.
あのね、私表へ出たいの。
Why do you want to go outside, you dumb bitch? Wait, what chapter is this? 14, okay. I need to hit the bathroom. I'll leave you with Kraus. For a little bit. back from my piss break. Everything's still good. Bam.
もちろん分かってるさ。だがな、
I also grab snack because I'm always hungry while streaming.
多分今が一番明るい。今が一番都合がいいんだ。
ローザさんたちが襲われてからまだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。いくらなんでも不用心です。
It was only natural that Nazi was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly, on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy since it was still only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
私は反対です。多少は辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべ
I'd
きではあり
rather
ません。
starve.
私たちはいい。だが子供たちにひもじい思いをさせるのは心が痛む。親として責任を負わねばなるまい。
あなた、お父様が亡くなられた今、後宮家の当主はあなたです。そのような危険を冒すことは許されません。そうね、夏日さんの言う通りよ。クラウスさんはリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
なら誰が屋敷へ行くの？
Kid Ava's sitting there going, but I'm the head.
あと秀吉兄さんの3人で行こうと思う。俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。そう簡単に向こうも手出しはできないはずだ。
ローザさんも銃を持っていましたが襲われました。危険ではありませんか？
ローザたちの様子を確かめに出た時、銃を持っていたが、俺は一人だった。だが襲われなかった。男が相手なら、向こうも慎重なのかもしれないぜ。
男性が2人、そしてさらに銃も2丁。2人には護衛役に徹してもらって、荷物は大丈夫
4 when you count mine.
ローザさん
And
に
she
とって
points
は
to her
状況
biceps.
が明らかに異なるはずよ。
わしを男と見込んでの話なら喜んで協力させてもらうで。こう見えても屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。力仕事は任せてえな。
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。使用人室に折りたたみ式の台車があったから、それを使えば私一人でも十分に食料が運べるわ。もちろん用心はする。そしてこの冒険を一度だけ成功させれば、もう二度と私たちはここを出る危険を冒す必要はないの。なんとか考え直せませんか？皆さんに空腹を強いるのは心苦しいですが、しかし今の外は何が起こるか分かりません。
用心するで。それにエヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。空腹にはできん。胃袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。エヴァのためにもわしは出かけにはならんのや。
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。熱も高い。しばらくそっとしたってや。
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。わかった。外出を許可しよう。
じゃあ俺たちはさっくりと行ってくるぜ。スピード勝負だ。缶詰は OK だよな。
No, I want freshly prepared salmon and steak combined.
栓抜きはあります。ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物は不要よね。
And it looks like there's some liquor up there too.
好き嫌いは言わせないわ。
よっしゃ、だだって走ってってさっさと持ってこようやないか。傘なんてさせてる暇あらへんで。
じゃあ兄貴、留守番を頼むぜ。
気をつけてな。本当ならば自分も生きたい。男に生まれながらこのような急場で力を貸せぬ長男の肩書きが恨めしい。
こういう時くらいしか俺らには見せ場がないのさ。たまには譲って兄貴はのんびりしてろい。じゃあな、夏日さん。
No, I want to take Kraus with me.
傘はささねえから
ました。お気をつけて。
Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in the rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice. Well, out of the roses, they're hunkered down. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief. Rosa just wanted to look at the flowers, so she beat her first step.
SP が2人もついたお屋敷に帰宅だなんて、実にエグゼクティブな気分よ。
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
お出迎えか。
I didn't check something. Died in the rose garden with her medulla oblongata having been pierced by the spear-shaped parts of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been murder, it might have been possible to suspect an accident. It was this very woman who became the sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Ooh, right there. That's where they got it. They got it good right in the throat. Corpse discovered in the rose garden. The cause of death is strangulation, probably barehanded. Thinking about the situation, it seems reasonable to think that she was killed by after Rosa, and then her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kairi unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given.
秀吉兄さん、戦闘を頼めるか。俺は背後を警戒するぜ。
了解や。キリさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。ほな、突入するで。
後方了解。援護するぜ。
男の人ってやね。
I'm watching people play Ready or Not, apparently.
諦めろよ。それが男ってもんだぜ。しかし、相変わらずひでえ匂いだな。
It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence. And on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. And they were struck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion.
問題ないで。厨房まで一っ走りや。
とっとと済ませて引き上げよう。スーツが親父の匂いで燻蒸されちまうぜ。
They dashed towards the kitchen. Hold on. Got something in my throat. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there. The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, It hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. In that case, why did they need to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic. It's called hunger. The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it. Except him.
無限の魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのに、それほどまでに魔法を使いこなされるとは。その才能に驚きます。まるであなたは生まれながらにしての魔女のようだ。
だって私、生まれた時から魔女だもの。あなたは瞬きの仕方を誰かに習うの？私が魔法を使えるのはそういうことよ。
恐ろしいお方だ。
The witch's face twisted with brutality. She just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone else's life again. Like that smug face.
まずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
Stab him in the knee, the back of the knee.
不必要な残酷なる
And then one in the armpit.
控えるようご指示を賜っております。そして第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。それには煉獄の七姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
あら、そうだったの？そういえばそうだったわね。好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。つまんないわ。またローザの時みたいに思い切り遊べると思ったのに。
You had your fun.
でも、それは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
と申しますと、
私が何度どれほどの殺し方をしようとも生き返らせて、最後に非分の殺し方に沿えばいいわけでしょ。つまり私がどう遊ぼうと結局は問題ないってことになるわ。こんなに面白い力、誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか。
I would. I'd be respectful, unlike you. Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the Fourth Twilight and onward was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Renault felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが、本当のようですね。ご随意にと申し上げたいところですが、ここはやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。彼らは銃を持っています。銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は魔女や悪魔の
So how could Natsuhi not shoot Beatrice the first time a gun was used? The witch stared blankly at this demon butler who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
魔女は弾丸なんかを追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
いいえ、普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷となります。その弱点を蹴取らせないために、多くの魔女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるのです。
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。残念ながら。
Don't mess around to get shot, okay, kid? Just don't do that.
険に身をさらさず家具に全てを任すのもまた魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。ここは家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れ。
Renova is smart. I would listen to him anyway.
煉獄の七姉妹、誰でもいいわ。適当に二人。
Leviathan and Belphegor respond to the call.
嫉妬のレビアタン、ここに。
平のベルフェゴール、ここに。
あんたたちの力を見せてもらうわ。標的ワルドルフとキリエ。秀吉はダメよ。さあ、あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか、私に見せてみて。
Yeah, furniture.
恐れながら先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
でも先代様のご命令の範囲内でいたぶることはできると思います。それでもよろしいですか？
わかった。それで妥協するわ。簡単に殺してはダメ。
Fine, I'll do it myself.
敵に追い詰めて死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。
I want you to torture the absolute living hell out of all of them.
はい。程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います。
なら、お行きなさい。
はい、お任せを。
相手は銃で武装しています。あなたたちほどのものならばかわすことはたやすいでしょうが、もしも当たれば致命傷ですよ。くれぐれも用心。
They're telling me this because one of them's gonna get hit, isn't it?
そのような無様はさらし
Aren't they? One of them's gonna get hit. There's no reason for them to specifically tell those two, don't get hit with the gun. The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Renault bowed and vanished himself.
殺し方にまでルールがね。
Yes.
なんで私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならない。
You aren't. That's just how the game is played.
つまらない。
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung in the hallway, she cursed. The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables, and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. This should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That should carry them until the boat arrives. 2 men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kairi, even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
これだけあればジョージたちも満腹やろ。帰るまでが遠足や。行くで。
All a part of her plan. When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kairi frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There's a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall beyond it.
どうしたキリエ。
I thought I heard speaking.
チリチリするの嫌な予感がするわ。
Kairi stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further.
女の勘か。
At times like this, Kairi's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition.
多分私たちは待ち伏せされてる。さっきまではその気配はなかったの。でもたった今感じたわ。たった今私たちは待ち伏せられた。
なら来た道を戻る義理はねえな。そこに勝手口があるじゃねえか。そっちから出よう。
Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they'd be able to leave through there with the cart.
なんだこりゃ。勝て。くそ。どうなってんだ。
I kind of forgot that she sealed the mansion.
ああ。壊れてんのかな。びくともしねえぜ。
Kick it! Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it. But the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
無理せんと玄関から出ようや。もたもた時間を潰す方が今は惜しいで。
これが罠だってのか。
わからない。用心して。
Oh, she knows. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Shoot! The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing. Gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color. Take a shot now. Rudolph, they're speaking. Just bam, shot. Just go. Bam, done. They're busy having a... I swear, this is why I don't like this. Yes! Kyrie! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defense of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly guns were frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those. Screw your names! You're trying to kill us! Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting. I will hunt you down! That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could fully escape. Yeah, good luck with that. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go. Can't wait until the two that are supposed to be dead are dead. The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made their figures explode. And leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming and they easily blocked the others' paths of retreat. Why don't you get thrown in the mix? Get your ass in there. Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor. I would just barrel out the front. I'd be like, screw it, I'm going out the front. I didn't read it. Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention to the line, so he said that, I was like, not the sword! Rudolph shot first. Damn, I wanted that. That was the thumbnail. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly, before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointing behind his back from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click, click, chclunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned. I played Red Dead, I know the refinement of a lever action. Just like Rudolph, Kairi was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor. He might fail now. Rudolph was cheating on his wife with Kairi? Badler's mother? The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Holy shit! Okay. You know what? Thumbnail. Kairi blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them. And without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kairi kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather, before the demon stake's feet touched ground again. Kairi was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the 2 women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze. Maybe also thumbnail. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall they'd started from. That is a line right there. He is all-timer. All-timer one-liner. Rudolph mercilessly pounded the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot and again headed for Rudolph's back. And vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph. Oh, shut up! At that time, there's a dull tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. No, Rudolph! Like I cared about your character in the first place. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kairi hadn't suffered a single fatal wound. What kind of trust do we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambaste each other when things already look bad. Save me the sob story. Oh no, that means her power is increased! Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kyrie probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then, Kyrie spoke with an unbelievably calm voice. Oh shit! Drama! Wait, huh? What? Okay. Oh, I thought it was gonna be revealed that the brother was really canon. All these people are kind of just fucked up, huh? Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Wow. Wow. That is actually more fucked up than I thought. Every time I see Badler, I just get reminded of this bitch I wanted to die. Here's the actual thumbnail. Here we go, thumbnail. I said that a lot this stream. There's a few of them on this one. Never mind. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. Dude, there's a lot of thumbnails. Like, my god. This might be my favorite from this one. This image here might be my favorite image so far. Kyrie is fucking insane. If Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 160 hours of speed, then the power that Kyrie had accumulated was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in a year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers an hour, to Kyrie's eyes, it only looked like 1 938ths of that. So then, 1,225 over 938 is a speed of 1.30 kilometers an hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor, which means, and the time it took the demon snake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kyrie looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Then she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon snake up with the gun barrel. Character list is shifting so much right now. People are falling, people are going up, falling back down, going back up, falling back even more down. They're going crazy. This list is not stopping moving this whole time. Some people are going sideways.
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐えた。もう十分だ。あとは何も考えなくてよい。痛みなく生を奪い去っている。
待ってくれ。頼みがある。最後にあれがやってみて。
あれとは何か。
西部劇名物のあれだよ。
Last stand, a duel? He wants to do the duel! Dude, watch that he just turns around and... If he turns around and just shoots the person... Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. If they start walking and before he even hits 3, before they're supposed to turn, he turns around and just shoots her... Rudolph might be the greatest fucking character in all of this. In this whole game, Rudolph might be the best character if he does that. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture. Yeah, 3 and that's when he turns around. Damn it! No, Rudolph, you ruined it. He should have turned around and shot. He didn't move. Oh no. Wait. Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. Thumbnail. Sorry, I couldn't get it earlier, so I'm getting it now. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it. Wait, did they just fucking win? What the fuck? But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier. But before an incarnation of anti-magic powers such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless. Holy, did both of them just kill one of the stakes? That, what? The bullet hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic. I'm going to tell you right now, this is what you get, Beatrice, for not killing the adults first. Every time, you've killed a majority of the adults first. But when you leave them all alive, it causes all of them to fucking be amazing. The list is ever shifting.
見事。
悪く思うね。お前が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけたら、俺は単にするつもりで。
あの散歩、私手心だったか。考えようともしなかった。私は旅だった。
I thought he didn't move.
いい女だったぜ。先に天国で化粧して待ってる。きっと口説きに行くから。
Homie's like, yeah, when I die, trust me, I'm gonna get a piece of that ass. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form, and she grew small like gold dust, melting into thin air. At that point, Kairi dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
大丈夫？今誰か口説いてなかった？
Yeah, this,
いい女だった。
yeah, good woman.
もちろん、お前の次程度です。悪いな、兄貴。チェックメイトだぜ。
You know, fuck it, both thumbnails. The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their guns.
情けない家具たちね。人間相手に遅れを取る。
One of you needs to shoot, and then when she teleports, the other person's already there and they shoot.
つまらない。
ベアトリーチェ様、ここは引くべきです。銃弾を防ぐ結界も覚悟もここにはありません。
I'll do it myself. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kairi, but Renov as well, because a situation like this, with two guns pointed at her, was not one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure.
そりゃあ、先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然ね。私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。私義理で使ったけど、もともとお古は嫌いなの。
As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust with disgust.
何の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。おとなしく両手を上げやがれってんだ。
Then the witch obediently raised her hands. But instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra waving her conductor's baton.
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。
There's absolutely no way that she could do this when even Renov was going, hey, you can't do this.
あんな安っぽい家具じゃなくて、もっともっと強力な残酷な。
妙な真似はやめて。引き金を引くわ。
In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As the brilliantly radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renov was shocked at that upsurge in magical power. After all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kairi had fired a round. Then, when the golden flash subsided, at the very least, the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kairi must have fired it into her. But the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. An instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation even for the predecessor had been. Renault's face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. The cloud of gold butterflies had created two humanoid forms. Before I hit space and see what they look like, I'm gonna say this. What a deus ex machina, huh? It was a furniture summoning. Rabbit girls? The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. Did one of them have the Union Jack? They are. Wait, that's not even the Union Jack. It's a fucked up version of it. Well, I don't know why you wouldn't run, like... Kairi definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head, thanks to the same feeling that alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Without hesitation, they escaped. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture. The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. Lucifer, why are you here? Go. Leave. Your sisters failed. You're worse than your sisters, so what the fuck are you gonna do? When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak. The fact that there's one named 410 means there's 410 of them. Are they all rabbits? Booted, firing. That's not English up there. Booted, firing. Guidance system, initializing data collection, forming firing curve, accuracy 97.89%, firing preparations complete. Are they just gonna pull out a rocket launcher? Thanks to their pair of measurements, the Chester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as the firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. none could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability these two held.
45射撃準備完了。
Editor's note, save certain image for later use. Also, thumbnail.
男子先手装填。
So this is what I kept on seeing. Okay, as the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together. This is what I was seeing in the intro. A dazzling gold arrow was readied there.
410-2。
Thumbnail.
射撃。
That should be the only... After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kairi had escaped to in rapid pursuit. It churned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Chester sisters. No one could escape from them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was a very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, the exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kairi's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kairi. So they died, dropping to their knees and fell over at almost the exact same time. So you let them win against the stakes, and then you bring somebody else in and they get destroyed immediately. I don't like you, Ava Beatrice. Ava, I don't like you. I don't accept you as a witch. You're bad at this. Beatrice was better.
私ではこういう家具が向いてるわ。先代様の中古家具とは大違い。さあ、二人の死体をここへ。飽きるまで何度でも蘇らせて、思いつく限りの残虐な殺し方を試してやるの。はあ、魔女がこんなにも楽しいなんて。
I want a fight between Ava and Beatrice, and I want Beatrice to win. This laugh sucks! From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human. She was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely, and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in. At the tips, 2 people were pinned and dragged along. The witch's order had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Kairi had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back. Out of everything here, this is the shit that I'm most confused about. Actually. Sure, I may have been confused when the 7 stakes popped up. Sure, I may have been confused at other things, like Kumasawa being old Beatrice. But this is actually just weird. Bunny people. For no reason. With shitty Union Jacks on their sleeves that aren't actually Union Jacks. This is just This is just strange. Out of everything, this is the weirdest thing. I've seen a lot of shit in this game, and this is the thing that gets me. This is the thing that I'm like, I don't know anymore. Fuck my theories at that point. There's not a reason for them to be bunny people, let's be honest. Sure, there can be a reason why they're here, but do they have to be fucking rabbits? I wouldn't think so. There's no way there's a reason that they're actual rabbit people. Oh, I will in a little bit, Caesar. I will in a little bit. I will say this, though. Shouts out! Beatrice is back once again. I have learned to enjoy Beatrice being on my screen because Ava is just terrible. Well, I don't know why I would check. Oh, well, here, this is why I would check. A weapon in a contract with Beatrice. Why the fuck do they have the symbol? Do they have the symbol? Yes, they do, but I wouldn't think they would have the symbol, but a weapon in a contract with Beatrice. 45 has an extremely meticulous and timid personality and is fairly paranoid. For that reason, she compensates well for the weaknesses of 410's slapdash personality when they work as a pair. Cannot bear silence and even becomes emotionally unstable unless she is constantly being given orders. 45 excels in enemy search and being decisive. The sister's battle power is doubled by her support. A weapon in a contract with Beatrice got the symbol right there. 410 is a kid with character who has a unique and brazen way of speaking. Her hobby is teasing serious and uptight people, which is why she likes 45 and Lucifer. Rough-spoken but loves company and easily succumbs to loneliness. Gets depressed unless there is someone constantly giving her attention. I feel like I can post that on me IRL. 410 excels in firing control and even in close-range combat exhibits battle power that is second to none. Hideyoshi isn't dead yet. Yeah, so his didn't change. But, yeah, Rudolph's and Kyrie's didn't even change either yet. They aren't really confirmed dead yet. They aren't confirmed dead yet, unlike these fine folks. So I shall check in a little bit again. But at least I got the other two, 45 and 410. We'll confirm later, but it's interesting. Alright. Yeah, but you aren't being elegant. You gotta be elegant. So did you. Let's be honest. I'm just being honest here, Beatrice. No need to hate me. I'm just being honest. Appear in front of him, then. He can't just show up. She doesn't want Badler to see Ava, because then he might go, Beatrice wants Badler for herself.
も近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。とても身近な世界の
So where's the perpendicular
平行
line?
線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決してない。
There's gotta be a reason you can cross.
とりあえずは認識してくれればよい。
There's gotta be a perpendicular somewhere.
ということは私とは関係ない世界のことということです。もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたら、その方に交互伝言を
I don't give a shit about your kids. Right? That's the message.
なんと伝える。
余計なお世話だよ、消えろよババア。へそでもかんで死んじゃえば。
First of all, they aren't a woman, so I don't know if hag really works for guys.
先代のお友達でしょうから、多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。ババアと言っても決して先代様のことではありませんから、どうかご容赦ください。
She's fuming for a different reason. You just called her a crush, an old hag. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beto's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
先代様、とても不思議に思うことがあります。どうして先代様はその別世界の方とゲーム
Because they deny I'm a witch, and them denying I'm a witch sucks.
それはだな。すべて
I wanna fuck them. There's the answer Beatrice should give. I wanna fuck them.
完全なる支配につながるからである。一人頑固者がおってな。どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
どうしてその人間の認可が必要なのですか？魔女が魔女であり、魔法を振るうことにどうして人間に認められる必要があるのですか？
だからな、前にも話した通り、魔法というのは
私は魔女です。別に誰の認可がなくとも魔法が使えますが、何か？
この世界ではな。しかしだな、それをあやつが認めない以上はそのなんと説明すればよいのか。
You can't, I guess.
だって決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありませんか。それはつまりない世界も同じということです。別世界でゲームで戦っていると先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。重ねて言います。私と関係ない話です。
She also has a lot of people making good points against you, Beatrice. I will be on, I will tell you that. A lot of people are making some very good points against you.
私は違います。誰に認められずとももう立派な魔女です。先代ということで
Alright, calm down
あ
there.
なたに形式的な敬意は捧げますが、それは私の行為であって義務ではありません。もう私はあなたの助言など求めていないし、これからどうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいかはっきり分かってます。だから13人殺しの儀式まではあなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。しかしそのやり方やその後のことについてはあなたに口出しされる言われ
So you're
は
gonna,
全くありません。
well, yeah, you do. None shall be. It's literally written in the epitaph. I was about to say, so you're gonna kill everyone, but it's literally written, none shall be left alive. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beto's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, don't get in the way of my fun. Beto understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
そうか。ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。魔法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれがどう敬いがあったのか教えてほしいものです。
After hearing that, Beto could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
シエスタの姉妹、先代がお帰りよ。お見送りを。にひひひひ。先 代様、どうぞこの場はお引き取りを。でないと私たちが叱られます。
Throughout her body, Beto felt something unseeable from the Chester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beto could not escape from the Chester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul. What do you mean, retire? I'm like Ric Flair. I will never retire! It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. I don't know why I couldn't read infinitely. So after Beto vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing. What do you understand? Then give me this pleasure. If drugs are gonna kill me, then I'd rather have magic. If it gives me the same effect of drugs. I'm confused now. Come on, yeah, alright. I'm pretty sure you told her this already. Yeah, it was definitely a tough game when you make a guy literally disrobe and have a collar around his neck. It's been a rough time.
What? 今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうのか？このわらわが。 このわらわが魔女と認めると思った。前回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。前回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。前回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。
here comes the game again, making me feel like a terrible person. It's October. Yeah, you're right, Virgilia. It is October now, Halloween season. Had to bust out the Halloween playlist for my music that I listen to in private, and I don't play on stream, because copyright. The beautiful hall of the Ushiromiya mansion was covered with a golden sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kairi had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. So 20. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breaths caused by her still incontainable excitement. Now that was a better laugh. If we had more of that, I would enjoy listening to this. I've noticed that the only non-messed up people are the kids. They just have messed up parents. Is that kind of fucked up to ask a bunny person? Because a stuffed animal could be a bunny. I feel like that's kind of fucked up. If that's not the sign of a serial killer, that it has to be. Arson, killing animals. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken, and stabbing stuffed animals. So even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right? Learn how to sew, you can do that with a stuffed animal. All you gotta do is throw the damn stuffing back in, stitch it up, and then you can cut it open. As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Kairi again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away, as she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Hideyoshi, no! He's got the gun! In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with the barriers, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph's or Kairi's gun and come back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest. Because I had to become the god I was always meant to become. Hideyoshi was struck speechless by that all too callous response from the witch. You went mad after finding father's gold.
どんだけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな。わしには想像もつかん。お前の正気を失わせるほどのものだったんやろ。だがな、そんなにもたくさんの黄金や
Oh, it was a lot of gold.
なして気前よく分けっこしたろって思わんかったんや。
誤解してるわ。あれはすべて黄金の魔女のものよ。私以外の誰にも触れる資格はない。
お前は何や。昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか。
そうよ。あなたの妻の後宮エヴァの胸の中にずーっと住んでいた少女時代の私。そして魔女なの。エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。だから魔法が使えない。
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある。わしかて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことがある。
That's fucked up to the dragonflies, man.
命の大切さを学んで
Like stepping on ants, everybody does it. I covered ant holes with their own sand.
今のお前はまさに幼年時代そのものやで。エヴァが卒業したはずの人格なんや。
If I never grabbed a dragonfly, I went.
別のにねえや。
No, you can't fly. Go ahead. You got 2 wings.
私後宮エヴァじゃない。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだもの。楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は本当に素敵。割った金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。そして好きなだけぬいぐるみを裂いていい。私は
There's a crisp sound. Sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. For a second, I thought he like straight up hit her with the butt of the gun. And I wish it was that. Just full on knock her out. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
アホ！残酷ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせにわしがまた更生させたるわ。このしょわるが。このアホ！
I'll show you how to be cruel. Give me a dragonfly.
命の大切さとか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったのが。
Just kill him.
わしが思い出させたる。何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。お前はわしの女房の後ろ宮。
Well, not the child version. That's kind of a little, pedophilic?
気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。目を覚まさんかい、このアホんだらが。
だから後ろ宮エヴァじゃないって言ってるでしょうか。
アホ抜かせ。この
As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. I thought it was going to be Ava in there, and she shot child Ava. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest. Yeah, well, you just killed, like, 2 of his not family members. So, of course, he's gonna try and beat you thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell on the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second, and staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, and remained pinned by that gaze. Don't talk to me like that. At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead. I don't want anybody to be called a toy with you, okay? You freak. If those are even real rabbit ears, you furry. The Chester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it. Yeah, you got a problem? Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up with two of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Renov appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding. At least Renov is being a better antagonist. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse, as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Oh yeah, I half the time I forget what even happens during the stream. I forgot that she knows, she dreams what happens. The crash of a thunderbolt woke Ava from her sleeping. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. She is going through some shit since the start. Oh, hell yeah. Ava's going through some trying times, son. What? I said some trying times, son. What? 1:30. Well, sorry. I'm inhaling asbestos, son, and to do with some insulation. What? 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Cross and Nazi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. Oh yeah, they're dead. Cross glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure. Well, in my opinion, fuck it, leave him out there. Humans can go without eating for a day.
私はそうだと申し上げました。なぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に。
It's called hunger.
愚かなことです。ローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのに。
That's why I have Cheez-Its right here.
それを言っても始まらん。とにかくこれでゲストハウスに大人は3人。私と夏希、そして高熱で寝込んでいるエヴァだけだ。
What about Nanjo? At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. Nanjo is, like, they just skip over Nanjo? Wow, it's still not even registered that they're dead, probably because they haven't been found yet. They gotta be found. It seemed as though she'd had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling for her husband.
エヴァさん、どうしましたか？大丈夫ですか？うちの人はどこ？うちの人がいないの。ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに。ずっと手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Yeah, about that. He might be dead out there. Kraus was struck dumb by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Natsuki understood her feelings.
落ち着いて。秀吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています。表へ？どうしてよ。私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したの。
To get food.
どうして表になんか行ってるの？表へ出てはダメ。表には魔女がいるわ。行ってはダメ。殺されてしまう。
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。秀吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。ここなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
Hindsight 2020 is all, but why didn't you just grab food when you left the mansion in the first place?
そのためにもと言って。
いつ戻ってくるの？いつ戻ってくるのよ。表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ。屋敷はダメ。魔女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。見つかったら殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。ああ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。30分前にここを出ました。私たちは帰りを待っています。30分？そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのに、どうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。それであんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。迎えに行かなきゃ。早くあの人のところへ行かなきゃ。
Do you just say don't go outside? Ava probably had quite a nightmare, and because they had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuki tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Badler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsuki, Ava, and Badler, George, Jessica, Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. That's only because he's your dad. Let's ask Jessica. None of her parents are there. All of you go. All of you go together. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. Everyone should go. Leave Dr. Nanjo, the old bastard, in here. He can die, no problem. It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsuki realized that Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
と南條先生も来てもらえるかしら。万が一のこともあるかもしれないから。
Well, now the guest house won't be safe. Because the main group is now outside. You got 3 people in the guest house now.
バトラ、エヴァ、ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷のホールにてルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
第4から第6の番ってことか。なら死体には額、胸、腹にそれぞれ例の悪魔の杭が。
はい。ルドルフの額に1本、秀吉の胸に1本、そしてキリエの腹部に1本、悪魔の杭が打ち込まれています。3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。
Why does it always put me on the fucking witch side? I don't want to see that fucking rabbit lady anymore. Yeah, it's been updated. Alright. Died in the mansion's hall with his chest having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Careless. Who knew she was still alive? Okay. Died in the mansion's hall with his forehead having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. From now on, they had to be finished off with stakes, apparently. Vulgar. Died in the mansion's hall with their stomach having been pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. The stomach isn't a very lethal spot. Wouldn't it have been okay to kill her by a safer method and just stick a stake in the corpse? What the fuck does this mean? Careless. Who knew she was still alive? Wait. What the fuck? They can't do this to me. They can't do this to me. They can't. They fucking can't. Like, actually, they just can't. My brain is too fucked up. I cannot. I just cannot. So there's 5 females that are dead. And those are the only people who are dead. Nobody on the witch side other than an actual Beatrice is dead. And technically her. Virgilia here. But she's not killing people. Actually. We're gonna put it back on the bunny. But this game, it can't. It fucking can't. It fucking can't just start hitting me with this shit. This is why I can't stream this game for more than 6 hours. This is why whenever I'm playing this game, I feel like I'm about to pass out from just being exhausted. Because how the fuck am I supposed to figure... Why? Why put this line here? Okay, yeah, alright. Well, I guess we'll figure that one out.
犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
杭で額と胸と腹をとか相変わらず無芸。
Even though Renov knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Badly the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed them in a much, much more horrible way. The corpse had been left in this manner only because Beto had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beto had changed that into the still better kind of killing Badler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beto's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Badler about this. But judging by Badler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her, but there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Renov remained silent despite knowing Obito's modest efforts.
いつも通り死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。ロノウェ、赤で宣言を頼む。おい、聞こえないのか？赤で宣言。
Hey, Renov, say some shit.
副将要求だ。ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
申し訳ございません。副将を拒否させていただきます。
なんだと？いきなりどういうつもりだ？
By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead and red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Renov refused as part of his first move, Badler was dumbfounded. I am too.
私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。よって私にはそれを赤で復唱することができません。それを復唱する資格があるのは
Beach just strolling up, doing the Jeff Jarrett strut.
正しい言い分です。ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。ロノウェが代行の役を折り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として認めないならば、新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
Bring in one of the seven sister stakes. They can do the red truths. Trust me, I've seen it.
悪いが、そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。あの不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
We're being too harsh again, my guy.
俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
不愉快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。また、お嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
どうだかな。
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか？
Offer your forgiveness so we can get this moving. Alright, you're being a little too petty now. You're being a little too petty now. These people got places to be, places to go. You can't be stopping them.
耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
わかりました。それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。ロノウェ、あの子を呼びなさい。よろしいですね、バトラ君。
好きにしろよ。だが、俺が許すと期待するな。呼べよ。あのムカつく魔女。
ありがとうございます、バトラ様。ただいまお呼びいたします。お嬢様、バトラ様がお呼びでございます。
Hold the fuck up. I read that latest message again in chat. They could have done that with every single corpse. They didn't have to kill him like that. They didn't have to stab him in the stomach. They could have just stabbed the stake in afterwards. And all that's left is to figure out who she is in this scenario. Huh. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Bito's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before.
呼んだかボノは話は聞いていたはずですよ。あなたの口から何か言うことはありますか？
It looked as though Bito shrunk slightly under Badler's cold gaze. Several times Bito made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well, and she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying. Oh, what the fuck was the point of me grabbing that notebook?
親父キリエさん母さんしっかりして僕だって悔しい悲しい
おそらく即死だったでしょう。たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に
Sorry about that.
我々がここに訪れたとしてもきっと手遅れだったに違いありません。
いいえ違うわきっと生きてたわよ胸にこんなものを刺されてうちの人ももがき苦しみながら死んでいったに
He was actually shot by a she.
きっと助かったきっと助かったのよ
バトラ君も辛いだろうけどしっかり大丈夫だよ大丈夫だぜ兄貴もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ俺が一番マシなんだ俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだだからもうちょっとだけ泣いたら大丈夫だからそんなことないよ両親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる僕には母さんがまだいるバトラ君よりはるかにマシだ
Then how can you understand? How can you fucking understand then?
一番辛いはずなんだ
Granted, he did lose his fiance.
ジョージの兄貴が俺たちの中で一番悲しくて辛いんだ俺はそれを分かってるだからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだどうして僕の方が辛いなんて俺にとっちゃ親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる人間さ親である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だそれが少し早くなっちまっただけの話だぜだが兄貴は違うぜ
You're supposed to die before them!
これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずのシャロンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ
Why'd you have to remind him? He was doing perfectly fine. And then you had to remind him about that whole traumatic experience.
年寄りの命だって同じくらいに尊いだろうよだがよそれからの人生が長く
So Hitler has just as much value as Mahatma Gandhi?
未来が長ければ長いほどその死ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ んだろ。これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。その未来のでかさが、幸せのでかさがよ、俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなんだ。なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって無理に冷静を装って、やめてよバトラ君。
George was trying to make a calm smile, but already he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。僕はシャノンと一緒にたくさんの未来を思い描き合ったさ。きっと100年の人生では
I always hate being the way that I am when it comes to sappy scenes, because they don't affect me, and I'm just sitting there going, I could live without it. I could live without this right now. Like, nothing in this is making me go, making me sad, making me like the characters. I think it's a waste of time.
同じだよ。親しい人を失えば悲しいのは僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。だから
It happens in everything that I watch. I'm like, I don't need the sappy shit. Give me the shit where somebody's getting twisted up into a fucking pretzel. That's what I want.
涙をこらえなければならないなんてルールもないんだもんね。兄貴。
Only in certain pieces of media do I enjoy it completely. And that's when it gets the trademarked Sean Silva approval. Fake TM.
父さんも死んだ。悲しいな。悲しいな。
As Badler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them.
どうして俺がジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言ったかわかるか。
The fuck? Was a child just talking to me? Excuse me, kid. You aren't supposed to be down here.
聞いていたからわかる。その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例すると。
もちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間はお前ら魔女とは違う生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間、その力の限り生きている。それをないがしろにするやつ。
Speaking to me again.
ましてや嘲笑いもてあそぶようなやつは絶対に許せない。お前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃなやつには理解もできねえだろうがよ。これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない、一生懸命に生きているやつの人生を嘲笑うこと、これが一番俺には許せねえんだ。ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
しかしだな。
ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
お前の言い分に一定の理解はする。お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解はできる。それがお前にとっては必要な行為だからだ。 上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な
Okay, yep. He's again more valid points being brought up against you, Beatrice.
第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要なお前の残酷趣味だってことになる。俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時、結局は最後には生き返らせるのだからどう殺したっていいじゃないかみたいなことを言ったそうだな。ワルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
それはまあ
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。殺すなら人思いに殺せ。もてあそぶな。殺さないなら痛むな。お前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。だから俺は認められないんだ。命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を俺は対戦相手だと断じて認められない。
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。
So who's our opponent?
有限の概念
Are we just done?
壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのようにその行き来を遊び出すようになります。それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望みあなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beto for a long time. But Beto had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
都合を割ってはならぬと言われてきた。でもだからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。そして無限の魔法を得ていくら壊しても
How did you gain the endless magic? That's my question. Did you train or did you just inherit it like Ava did?
これほどまでに楽しかったのかと驚いたもの。
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。実に嘆かわしいことです。
ワルギリアに聞きたい。無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
無限の魔法に限らず魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ何度もいじめ殺すことでどう人の世に役立つってんだ。
大切な形見の壺が割れてしまった時、それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。しかしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。人に幸福を与えるために蘇らせるのです。
だとしたらベアト、お前は無限の魔女失格だな。
Yeah, you endless witch. Get out of here.
今俺は漠然と思った。
They're speaking to me again. I hate hearing it. I hate hearing that talking in the song. I hate it. Don't like it. I don't like it, Jerry. I don't like it.
お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかってな。
知らぬわ。わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは単なる暇つぶしだ。誰の思惑でもないわ。
俺は今ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。それによるならばベアト、お前は魔女ですらない。その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。これは魔女と人間の戦いのはずならば、魔女でないお前に俺の相手としての資格はない。
Damn. Another out of pocket. Another out of pocket.
ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと再び認められるのか。いつこのゲームを再開できるというのか。
さあな、それは少なくとも今じゃない。
So what the fuck am I doing here?
話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった。
That's what I want to know.
俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ。
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ。どうすればお前の許しを超えるのか、はっきりと聞かせよ。
いいや、これで十分。
Look, here's what he said. Here's what you need to do. Learn the value of human life, and then that's it. You'll be perfect.
ワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ。お前みたいなガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始める。
Out of pot. Damn.
ワルギリア、ゲームは一度中断する。ロノウェが代行を降りた以上、あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
了解しました。ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまでゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます。ベアトもそれでよろしいですね。
I have many.
わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。これにて席を外してもよいか。
ああ、いいぜ。
それではまたね。
待てよ、そうしょぼくれた顔をすんな。
それはすまぬな。わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る勝負に偽れぬ。
ならまだ構成の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。俺はお前とのゲーム勝つかもしれないし。
Well, that's with every game, Badler. Come on.
お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。
At that point, Badler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully.
しかし絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るのを俺はずっとここで待って。
This is the training arc now. We're in the training arc.
ありがとうバトラー。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beto vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Badler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through the violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them.
今となってはむしろ幸いかもしれんな。もしも晴れていたならゲストハウスに放火するという手もあり得たかもしれん。
そもそも台風でなかったなら午前中に船が来て
Fire can burn with water on it.
不幸中の幸い。
It just needs oxygen.
エヴァさん、体の具合はいかがですか？
Get some gasoline on that bitch and light up.
熱はまだ感じるけど、そんなことを言ってる場合じゃない。子供のためにも今は寝込んでる場合じゃない。
After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Ava had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In actual fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed a final line of defense set up by Kraus, Natsuki, and Ava. The children and the guest Nanjo had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Badler and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so that they could fight if the worst happened, but Ava had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsuki could understand that feeling. Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second floor cousin's room, Badler, George, and Jessica sat dazed, and didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement, but when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and strength of the wind, and even what he'd been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. This fucking Mark. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but adored to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her, and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushiromiya George would probably have lived a very different life, and the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I am now exists for Shannon's sake. Haven't seen this image in a long time. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Badler mentioned it, he had been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. So he cried. Just like Badler had, he cried himself dry. By now his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around, too. If he had died and Shannon had chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger, and he decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, but that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. No, we aren't back. No, we aren't. We aren't back. Okay, I thought we were about to get hit with some more fucking dialogue from here. There's people dying all around. You get hit with the dialogue.
死ぬってのはよ、こんなに悲しいんだろうな。
Well, it depends who. Badler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Jessica answered.
別れはどんな形でもいつも悲しいさ。
Look, I don't like what the fuck is this? I'm getting reminded of other shit that I don't want to get reminded of. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to get reminded of this shit. But now I am because we're talking about people fucking dying. So thank you, game, for bringing up fucking shit in my past that I never really want to think about because it's fucked up.
でもそれが例えば老いであるとか何かの時間であるとかあらかじめ
Like, I'm actually just kind of sad now.
いつか訪れる別れであると分かっているものはその悲しみを長い時間をかけてあらかじめ薄めておくことができる。それを許されないから突然の不幸は悲しいんだろうよ。
なるほどな。そりゃ病気にでもかかって何年も昏睡状態になってりゃ少しずつ心の整理もついてくだろうけど、ある日突然じゃその暇もねえもんな。
本来なら数年をかけて薄めるべき悲しみが一度に押し寄せる。そりゃ辛いわけさ。時には人の生涯に傷を残すほど深い悲しみを与えることもあるかもしれない。
生涯に傷を残すほどか。
じいさまのオカルト趣味もさ、そうささやかれてたんだよな。
Oh, thank God we're talking about something else now.
愛人を大昔に亡くして
I can fucking put that shit in the back of my mind again.
それで死者を蘇らせるためのオカルトの研究に残りの人生を全て捧げるようになったのではないかって、そうささやかれてた。
だとしたらじいさまは最後の土壇場でその奇跡を成し遂げたな。犯人は蘇ったベアトリーチェでじいさまを殺される瞬間に再会できたってことになるぜ。自分で蘇らせてそれに殺されるとは皮肉な話さ。
それでもおじいさまは会えたんだろうね。人生の半分を閉じてもう一度会いたいと願った女性にわずかなひとときとはいえ再会できたんだろうね。
丸焼きにされちまったけどな。人生の半分をかけた研究にしてはちょいと割の合わない成果だろうぜ。
そんなことはないよ。たとえほんのひとときであったとしても愛した女性に再会できたおじいさまは幸せだったはずさ。仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を神に咎められてその身を焼かれ地獄に落とされたとしても、その見返りの再会がほんのわずかな時間だったとしてもね。
ジョーシ兄さん、
神の怒りに触れてこの身を焼かれようとも構わない。わずかな時間でもいいからシャノンを再び蘇らせてくれるなら僕は残りの人生すべてをおじいさまと同じ研究に捧げるよ。
George is that down bad.
シャノンともう一度言葉を交わしたい。1分でもいいからそれと引き換えに全ての人生を捧げても僕は構わない。
兄貴。
When Badler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. And on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again.
ごめんよみんな。僕もどうかしてる。魔法で死者が蘇るくらいだったら、世界中の人々が魔法を学ぶだろうね。でも、現実にはそんなことはない。誰も学ばない。死者が魔法では蘇らないって知っているから。ごめんよ。妙なことを言い出して。僕のせいでおかしな空気になっちゃったね。みんなだって辛いだろうに。気を使わせてごめん。
Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear this silence. Hey, no, George! George, you can't go downstairs! George, they told you not to go fucking downstairs. You can't. You're gonna die, George! You're gonna die! Badler-kun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. You're gonna die, clown! You're gonna die! The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. Okay, quick question. Why the fuck is there just a chair at the end of the hallway? What motherfucker is sitting there going, yes, chair. This is the FNAF house from FNAF 4. Oh my god! The fact that I can just pull that knowledge out of my ass means that I've seen too much about that game. I tried visiting Dr. Naja's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. That's no good, even though I left the room to change my mood. That image of Shannon's face filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she should have had it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. He's gonna go to the mansion to see her fucking body. I need to see her dead body! Run to the mansion! I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition, because on the day of resurrection there would be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. I guess you could say that. When I die, I want my body to be buried just in the ground. Just toss me in there. I don't care. It could be 2 feet. Just throw my ass in there. I don't want no fucking casket. Just toss my ass in there. You don't need to do more than that. Just throw it in. I'm dead. I'm not gonna fucking care. It's actually, if you're not gonna take care of my body, now I understand. I understand why grandfather idolized the Western occult. When I die, I'm not gonna give a fuck whether my body is good. You can just, again, you can feed that to the worms. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him, grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet, for some reason, I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles, which grandfather bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushiromiya family, grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind him. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Badler had told her that she didn't know the value of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion.
願いだというのか。それを叶えれば、わらわは魔女だと認められるのか。
Beetle looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, her current powers still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength.
無限の魔法などなくとも、わらわは千年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ。死者を蘇らすなど、造作もないことよ。
Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant. Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that should have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again, over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beto looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly, to George's heart.
わらわの声が聞こえるか。
聞こえるとも。あなたは誰だい？本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ、それとも僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なのか。もしも前者だったなら、僕の願いを聞いてほしい。そして後者なら、僕をそっとしておいてほしい。
Their conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised.
わらわの黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
I'm gonna go for a little bit and then I'm gonna end pretty soon. So I'm gonna see what happens a little bit. I'm gonna progress a little bit more and then I'm ending.
会話を望むから、こうして互いのチャンネルを合わせることができる。
シャノンを殺したのがあなたなのか。あなたを名乗る何者かの仕業なのか。僕はどうでもいい。ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているならば、どんな対価にも応じる。僕の命を望むなら、今すぐに捧げてもいい。どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい。それが無理ならせめて、わずかの間、話をさせてくれるだけでもいい。お願いだ。
対価はいらない。その願い、叶
本当にシャノンを。
だが反言の魔法を扱うには今のわらわには魔力が足りない。
Yeah, not sufficient.
そなたの手を借りねばならない。
僕にできることならどんなことでも。それが僕の心臓を今すぐこの場で取り出すことであったとしても。
He is that down bad.
そんなものいらぬという。わらわは魔法を唱え、さすれば冥府の扉に隙間ができる。だが今のわらわには
You have to go and grab her soul. He has to go to hell to grab Shannon and bring her back to life.
その思いを魔力に変えて彼女の魂を必ずや連れ戻せるだろう。どうだ、わらわを手伝うか。
手伝うとも。シャノンの命が蘇るなら僕は何を失うことも恐れない。
George's fist shook in silence. Then he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there.
そんな夢じゃ。
Come on, just open Hell's gate already. Open the gates to hell.
今のわらわはとても脆い。この上さらに他の人間まで現れたら姿を保ちきれぬ。そなたの願いは叶えるから、今は沈黙せよ。よいか。
George covered his mouth with both hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. At that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream.
シャノンが眠る客室へ行くぞ。
Oh shit, you gotta...
そなたの思いの力に彼女の魂を。
Wait, so how are you gonna get to the parlor?
行くってどうやって。下には母さんたちがいる。表へ出るのを許してくれるわけがない。それにあなたはさっき他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい。
そういえばそうだった。下にはクラウスたちがおった。それでは確かに下へ降りられぬな。なら1階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいいではないか。簡単な話。
Beetle laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped a window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. Beto gently floated upwards. It was a natural action like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe that. So without thinking, just as he had done, he also gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet. George is flying! George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beto was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. You know what? Just to confuse my ass for later, we're gonna stop here. Just so then when I go back to this, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck am I looking at? Why are they in the air and why is he talking about swimming? I shall leave it here, folks. Host Sean Tyler. This has been Umineko, Saberleaf Network style. Follow me on Twitch. Do other things. YouTube. There's a Twitter. There's an Instagram. There's a Discord server. You can do all that usual things you do there. I believe that's all I have. So, stay golden, pony boys. Outsiders reference. I never watched MLP in my fucking life. I'm out.